Good evening, everyone. It is 6 o'clock, and I'm going to open the Village of Franklin regular council meeting of Monday, December 8th, 2025. Can we start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you. Evan, roll call, please.
President David Goldberg.
Here.
Trustee Pam Hansen.
Here.
Trustee Daniel Ferris.
Here.
Trustee Abigail Gates. Trustee Angelina Salaka.
Present.
Trustee David Solly.
Here.
And we did hear from Abby. Abby's under the weather. Next is adoption of the agenda. I only had one thing. I meant to mention this at legal committee in presentations. I think I'm going to flip-flop C and B. Let's read our proclamation for trustee Seltzer, and then we'll allow trustee Seltzer an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, then I'll know how to respond.
Exactly.
I wondered about that.
That's wonderful. Really makes my day. Outside of that, does anybody have any comments on the agenda?
No.
If I can get a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Hanson, second by Salaka. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We have minutes from two different meetings. Let's start with our regular meeting of November 10th, 2025. Well done. Anybody have any comments? Nobody?
No.
All right, can we get a motion?
So moved. Or, I move to approve the minutes from the.
Motion by Salaka to approve the minutes of the November 10th, 2025
Regular.
meeting as presented. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Solly. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Special Village Council meeting of November 24th, 2025. Again, anybody have any comments or questions? Pretty accurate. Having no comments. Oh, you have one?
I actually have a question that I was wondering if you all discussed in the old business, page 2 of November 24th. I was not here at the meeting. My assumption is that the requirements of the CDB, awarding a CDBG grant were met. And maybe it was a myth all these years, but that we were having trouble fitting into the income guidelines, and we have awarded it internally. Are we required, to demonstrate that the group that got the money meets those guidelines? Are we going to run afoul of CDBG in any way by doing what was done?
I followed the application process that the county made available through the Neighborly app online, and those questions were not specifically answered
Okay.
or asked, so there was no place for me to provide an answer like that.
Okay,
So I will see what they come back with, whether it's an approval or a denial.
all right, I'm game if you are. Okay.
One correction, it says absent. Oh, shoot, I missed that. Absent for Seltzer, but he wasn't absent. But, sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's, hold on.
I think it was just a cut and paste, you know,
And that's,
yeah,
Prior.
yeah, the November time. And then I had,
is that on page 1?
then it had Hanson
I was gone.
as A's for the German. Right, at the very end, the last page.
Yeah.
On
Roman
November
numeral
10th.
13 on the 10th.
Yeah, Hanson.
Yeah, I think it was like a
That's
cut
the-
and paste, so. that's
Correct.
fine, yeah.
Hanson should be moved to absent, Seltzer should be deleted. Yep. Thank you.
The other ones were good.
Okay, good. Any other comments? Angelina, you want to go ahead and make a motion to adopt them as amended by you?
Sure. I'll move to adopt the November 10th minutes as amended.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And then we were good on the 24th. Any comments? So can I get a motion on the November 24th minutes?
Motion to approve the November 24th minutes.
Motion by Solly. I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Public requests and comments. So this is the part of the agenda where anybody wants to address the board, feel free to do so. Typically, if there's something on the agenda later on, we ask that you hold your comments until then, although I do want to make it known to everyone that when it comes to consideration appointment of village council trustee, where we will hear from the applicants and have a Q&A, there won't be an opportunity for the public to speak then, so if you do want to address something on that item, please do so during your public comments. Hello,
Hello, good evening.
nice to see you.
Good to see you, too. Princella Graham, 27355 Wellington. I want to thank you again, Council, for addressing this deer management issue in last month's agenda. I realize it's not on this month's agenda, but with the interest generated last month, the question is, do we have a timeline, or has one been established to keep this moving forward? One of the things you seemed to agree to was to form a Franklin Village Deer Management Committee to include council members and Franklin Village residents. So when will you begin developing that committee? What will the responsibilities be assigned to that committee, to that group? Gathering information, educating the community on options and associated costs, gleaning feedback and input for the council, and for our DNR application, should we decide to move forward, partnering with surrounding communities to coordinate activities. In speaking with the regional partners, Farmington Hills, Farmington, and Southfield, they've offered the support of their deer management teams to help us move forward, and will add Franklin Village to their regional approach for 2027. So they suggested this timeline. The council should pass a resolution by April 2026. If that includes doing the education of the community, gleaning feedback, whatever, that all should be done so that the resolution can be passed by April. With that resolution, the regional partners, Southfield, Farmington Hills, and Farmington, will meet with their city managers for an approval. They'll take and form an action plan to add Franklin Village to their current agreement with DNR and USDA. And the total cost will be $20,000 that will be split between all the partners. So split 4 ways, basically. So again, thank you for putting this issue on the agenda, making it a priority, and thanks for keeping us informed as you move forward.
Margaret Bancroft. I live on Wellington, and I just wanted to reinforce basically what Princey just said. I think we need to keep this moving forward because, as you know, time is of the essence and time goes so fast here that and I did have a lot of the same questions that she asked as well. And I did have one thing to inform, that the cemetery board did meet and they did agree to let us use their property for the process of culling. So I just wanted to make that known. So thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Blanton, 27175 Garden Way. At the November 10 meeting, the DNR representative was here, And at one point during her talk, she was referencing the deer cull in 2017 in Ann Arbor. And it wasn't just a cull, they had a hybrid where they did sterilization and they had sharpshooters. And Trustee Salaka inquired what the cost would be for the sterilization. The DNR representative didn't know or didn't have the information. So 54 does were sterilized in Ann Arbor in 2017. The cost was $1,572 per doe. So that's just under $85,000. And remember, sterilization is not just a one-time deal. You have to do it year after year after year. So you can see just how expensive this gets. White Buffalo is a contractor that did the deer management program for them. And recently they did a cull in Princeton, New Jersey, and a publication in Field and Stream from July of 2024 indicated that White Buffalo was charging $1,750 for sterilization. So the cost for the 40 deer that they sterilized was $70,000. So if the council is at any point thinking about sterilization as the sole remedy or to combine it with a cull with sharpshooters, you need to be fully apprised of the cost because it's going to get way, way, way out of control. And I don't know where the money's going to come from. That would be up to you. But here's the DNR publication referencing
Do you know how much
what happened in Ann Arbor and the cost. So,
Was that surgical sterilization?
John,
yes. So I
Thank you.
just wanted this to be part of your record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks, Bruce.
Mr. President,
Thank you.
Council,
Mr. Elder, how are you?
I'm just fine, thank you. Mr. Bland just spoke. I have the report that he gave me from Princeton, New Jersey regarding the cost of sterilizing, I'll get it right, sterilizing 40 doe was $70,000. And I'd like to give one of these to each of you with your permission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess my only question regarding this, where in the world are we going to get this kind of money to sterilize deer? DNR is telling us that, the DNR maps, I should say, are telling us that we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 deer, when our ecosystems say that we can only accommodate approximately 60 deer in the 2.7 miles that we have in the area of Franklin. The 2.7 miles, ironically enough, or coincidentally enough, I was told when I made the initial phone call to Farmington, I spoke with a David Murphy, who was involved with Mr. Farmer in spearheading this program. Farmington also has the same area that we do, and DNR has told them that the maximum capacity that we have per square mile is to have 60 deer, and we're somewhere around 300. So that's all I have to say. I realize it is a question and answer period, but I'd really like to know where we would get that kind of money.
I'll address it in a bit.
Okay, thank you. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to all of you.
Thank you.
you.
Hi, I'm John Simon of 30320 Kincardine, and I'm a veterinarian, and I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but if you're going to do an ovarectomy on a dog or on a deer, it's a one-time deal. Those ovaries don't grow back. So I don't know what that's all about. So, so anyhow, I became aware today that there's going to be a discussion about Stuart Wooder's application for filling the open spot that Mike Seltzer's leaving. And I'm understanding that that's because there was some misunderstanding about the deadline. And I found out today that there's a video on the Planning Commission where the question is asked, what is the deadline? And it was said December 4th, and it's on video. So if Stuart got misinformation, and that's why his application was late, then I don't think you can fault him for that. And a person like Stuart, who's a very well thought of volunteer, the head of the Planning Commission, to be not allowed to participate in this decision because of a late application seems to me very, very wrong, and I hope you'll take that into consideration.
Thank you. Hi, Joan.
Good evening, I'm Joan Miller. I live at 3110 Oak Leaf Lane, and I've lived there 54 years. So I've seen a lot of changes, mostly recently. And my garbage didn't get picked up today. And that's in a lot of areas, but just these are really minor
Still only
things.
6
I
o'clock.
will say,
Night's not over.
the deer problem I really do have, I live on the corner of 13 and Oak Leaf. My backyard is their way to get across because there's a lot more room to roam south of 13. And one deer got hit, and it made it to my middle of my backyard, and the police had to come and kill it. That's very traumatic. If they're thinking about that, that's how they're going to get them. Got to get them away from reality and where people are. Anyway, I did have a question. Did you agree to put golf carts in the village?
No.
No.
Because there's one running down on 13 Mile, and he almost caused an accident.
On 13 Mile Road?
Yes, on 13 between Franklin Road and Woodside.
Okay. I don't know if Chief, if anyone has ever seen that. Notwithstanding our ordinance, I know based on the law, that's,
Right.
you can't be on the road at
Mostly
that
he
speed, but-
stays on the side, but when he comes down his driveway, the UPS truck had to stop, and then luckily I was able to stop because it's kind of a hill and you can't see when he's coming. Anyway.
Interesting. No, we did not.
Okay, several people all over Franklin have lots of bags of leaves. There was no pickup, or anyway, a lot of people complaining. Is there no leaf pickup?
So our leaf pickup under our contract ended and then with an unfortunate scheduling this year, ends at the end of November, and that December 1st was the Monday. So there isn't any more pickup this year, but will, in the course of this next year, sit down with our carrier and renegotiate based upon just the way the world operates and the leaves fall so late.
People don't know that, though. That's,
Right, so next year we'll contract with them to have it extended, but right now, the pickup ended on November 30th.
well, see, people aren't getting information from you. Like I've said before, we've got 28 homes on Oak Leaf Lane. 20 people do not get anything from here. And there are
Give us
15
your
homes
email
on
address,
Meadow.
people. If you give us your email address, I guarantee you're gonna get information. So,
But how do they don't know, this is the problem, they don't know you need this. When I was walking with them, and I
mean,
said,
we say it all the time, but we've been discussing it. We will probably have to send a one-time letter to everyone and incur the cost to say, please send us your email address. But it's pretty known that email is the common means of communication in the 21st century. Most people should get in tune with that.
I'm just saying, the people don't realize, so that's why you're not getting, they don't know what's going on. And like I said, there's 15 homes on Meadow, and 9 of those people do not get anything. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can they take their leaves to Socra? Because we have a contract with them. I don't know. Okay.
Anybody else? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comments and move on to reports of village officers. So, Chief?
Good evening. As you can see from the report that I submitted, there's nothing major here as far as crime or even traffic crashes. We've been keeping everything under control. We've been very busy in the community as usual, and again, upping our training every month. With that, do you have any questions regarding the report I submitted?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you.
I just want to remind, I'll be brief. I just want to remind our audience that we'd encourage you to sign up for Code Red, and you can do that by going to franklin.mi.us. Now, Code Red, for those of you that don't know, is a communications platform directly from the police department. If there was a major incident or something going on that we need to let the residents know what to do or provide them information, again, that's Code Red on our police website. And also that the police department does vacation checks. So when you go out of town, even if it's for several months, the police department will come around and check on your house for you. That's one of the services that we provide.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. For the traffic citations, if the location is Bingham Farms gets the money, but if it's Franklin, does Franklin get the money, or it's not that direct?
In a sense, yes, but the amount of money is extremely small. And since I was in West Bloomfield, I've always tried to get what that percentage is, but it's a very, very low percentage.
Okay. It looks like in 2024, they had almost 45% more tickets than we did.
You have to remember they have Telegraph Road as well.
The full Telegraph.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Chief Tony? Good evening. Good evening.
We need more chairs. No, we don't. The staying fire rules.
We do actually need more chairs.
I'm okay. I'm okay. It's because it's blocking the exit door, so let's just move on. How about those lions?
That was the lawyer.
We'll be
That
good.
was our counsel.
We're good. We're good.
Only got 4.
Okay, we'll just start over. Good evening. Thank you for having me at your meeting. You have the fire department's written report. I did want to just cover a couple of things beyond the report. We obviously are having some very cold weather, and we are having some significant snow earlier than most. And this is not just within Franklin, but across the parts of the U.S. that experience this. With that said, just as a reminder, if you're driving, if you're at your home, if you are visiting someone else, think about having an emergency kit just in case the car breaks down. You need to stay warm. You need to communicate, maybe an extra battery for the phone, something you could plug in. But be safe in anything you do, especially thinking about those that are using candles or heaters in terms of being safe. The last thing anyone wants is a fire, especially this time of year. With reference to the village email newsletter, which comes out, Evan is prompt in getting to me to come up with an article. So I will say that this week's article was with reference to carbon monoxide detectors, which is very timely since those with furnaces are, I'm sure, definitely using them. But I would also say if anyone has a topic that they'd like me to write on, please call the fire station, 248-626-9862, and just let us know what you'd like information on. And that way, instead of providing it to one person, I can provide it through Evan, through the village newsletter, to all that sign up. With reference to sign-ups, it's very important because throughout, whether it's emergency notification systems or regular notification systems, the participation rate is traditionally very, very low. This is a no-cost item to the resident directly, but this is something where they can get some valuable information. With regard to burning ordinances, obviously now is not a great time to burn. You'd have to warm things up just to thaw them out just so they could burn. But we were made aware that the ordinance had changed within Franklin with reference to burning of yard waste. And we spent yesterday working on training all of our firefighters towards the new ordinance. We've also updated the website with reference to burn permits, so the language of the new ordinance is in place. There are some significant changes to that impact some folks that are in the village. So I would say, rather than delving into questions on an ordinance that I am following, I would say go right to the source and look up the ordinance, or you can go through the fire department website to the burn permit section, and you will see the verbiage from the ordinance itself. So other than that, and pending your questions, that'll conclude my report.
Did you have to update the permit, like the permit application?
No, the permit is all online, so there's no actual written permit, and you can, the permittee can print off a copy of it, but it literally is your name, your address, when you plan on starting. There's a 7-day limit, I believe, for when burning has to stop. And everything else is reflected in the ordinance, and there is, because it's online, there's a small tick box that when the person who applies for the permit fills it out, they're checking off that they acknowledge that there is an ordinance and that they will follow it.
Okay.
So there are some significant issues with regard to the permit. What can you burn? Where can you burn it? How should you burn it? And we start getting into things like, no, you should not be using gasoline to light the fire. No, you should not light it and walk away. Yes, you should have a source to extinguish the fire. Yes, you need to be considerate of your neighbors. And regardless of the permit, the language itself, there is always weather conditions. So if it's a very windy day, the last thing anyone wants to do is have smoke from their neighbor's house coming right into theirs. So we will use discretion, and we will use the support of the police department and the village ordinance officer in the enforcement of the permit language. But a lot of this is pretty reasonable stuff. Sorry, I went way beyond your question. I apologize for that.
Thank you.
So, okay.
Anyone else?
No.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa?
Hello, good evening. You should all have a list of all the account balances in your packet. As in the past, this is my written report, which I'll read to you. The bills list for the month were in the amount of $286,317.24. Should have a list of those checks, and they're also on the check run to be approved, or the acceptance of the check runs to be approved. The expenditures are generally consistent with the 25-26 budget. There's a typo there, sorry about that. And the village has sufficient funds to meet its current obligations. Does anybody have any questions?
Anybody any questions? Nope.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Hi, Stuart. Thank you.
Hi, Village Council, the report for the Planning Commission for December. We had discussed the scheduling of a public hearing this month, so this Wednesday we'll have a public hearing with regards to the our village master plan. We've had the reviews from our neighboring communities as well as Oakland County, and they made some suggestions from Oakland County we're going to go over with the updates, and we'd love the public to look at the master plan, review it, come find us. It is quite long, but we want participation from our village and involvement because it is a forward-looking document for our village. Those are the main things that we discussed in our village, or in our planning commission last month, and we'll be meeting on that this Wednesday.
When, this Wednesday?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes.
Stuart, will there be any action required from council on the master plan that is currently back in your hands?
Once the public hearing is over and any changes are made after the public hearing, then we will be sending that up to council to look and ratify, or I believe change if they need to, if they feel a desire to change it. But it's a once in 5 year kind of line in the sand. We've been working on this document, I think back when President Goldberg was just on the tail end of his time in planning. So it's been out there for a while. It takes a long time to develop this. And unfortunately, some things change or move on from that time. But we can already start looking into what we're going to put in the next one. So, yes.
Is there a way for residents to comment if they can't make it on Wednesday, like remotely? Is it on a website?
So, well, we'd have to ask, how would they make comments to?
If you submit public comments to me, I can distribute
You
them.
forward them, okay.
Yeah, that's generally.
And you guys can read them at the.
We have in the past, generally, and so that's appropriate. Ideally, we'd prefer to be able to have someone there. I understand there's obligations that families have and that prevent them from showing up. It's really helpful to us when we have public comments. We can ask questions and follow up. That way, we can get clarification on the meaning. Because I don't know if you've read a text message and misunderstood it. I have. Ask my wife. But it's much easier if I can answer the question in person. But.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Stuart.
Thank you.
Anyone from Main Street? No one? Okay. All right, next item is consideration of the check run. Anybody have any comments on the current check run? Teresa addressed the briefly. No one? No questions? Okay. All right, so if I can get a motion to accept the check run as presented.
Motion to accept the check run.
Motion by Solly. I get a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ferris. Any discussion? All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we have we have a presentation, a proclamation that we would like to read for Trustee Seltzer, and then an opportunity for Trustee Seltzer to speak, former Trustee Seltzer. But is there anyone here from the Historical Society? John, are you gonna read the? Yes. So come on up.
You'd like me to do that first?
Yeah, let's do that first. You
So
just
at
go.
the Christmas tree lighting ceremony, I presented Bill and Ann Lamott with a plaque, and this is the plaque. I don't know if the video can get it, and it reads, wait, take my glasses off. The Franklin Historical Society and the Franklin Community Association present this award in honor and an appreciation of Ann and Bill Lamott. The Franklin Historical Society and the Franklin Community Association proudly present this award of appreciation to Ann and Bill Lamott in honor of and with gratitude for the many years of hard work, as well as their dedication to the preservation of Franklin's long, proud, and colorful history. Because of their love for our village, Franklin's past will remain present, alive, and vibrant for future generations to discover and appreciate. And that was the award that he accepted.
Yeah, I just want to follow that by saying that Bill and Ann Lamott have dedicated, I don't even think it could be calculable, the number of hours, along with everybody else in the Historical Society, and have created a beautiful museum that archives the history of Franklin. If anyone that lives in the village has never been there, I implore you to go do it. There's plenty of kids-friendly things as well there. It's a wonderful Saturday afternoon. But yes, I concur with the Historical Society in recognizing Bill and Ann. They've been tireless. Okay, next is, at our last meeting, when Trustee Seltzer, former Trustee Seltzer, announced his retirement, we had discussed preparing a proclamation to his service in Franklin, which I now have in front of me, and I would like to take the time to read. Village of Franklin Proclamation recognizing Mike Seltzer for his service as a trustee to the village. Whereas Mike Seltzer and his wife Lori came to the village of Franklin in 1995, where he resided in one of the village's coveted historic structures. And whereas Mike Seltzer soon thereafter began to pursue civic involvement as a member of the Franklin Community Association. And whereas after serving as a member of the FCA, he became president of the association, serving for 11 years. And whereas Mike ran and won a seat on the Village Board of Trustees in 2010 and held that seat for 15 years over 4 consecutive terms of office. And whereas Mike was unfailingly prepared for council meetings and served on a number of internal committees representing Franklin on the next board of directors and serving as council liaison on the Main Street Franklin Board. And whereas Mike celebrated Franklin and its rich community along with his dog, present today, Franklin Delano Roosevelt Lloyd Wright Sinatra Seltzer, on The Franklin Show through Bloomfield Community Television, which received the 2025 Hometown Media Award. Whereas Mike proved an integral part of bringing the village administrative team onto stable footing after a period of turbulation. And whereas Mike has shown himself over the previous 30 years to be an outstanding example of volunteerism in and for the town that time forgot. Now therefore be it resolved, the Village Council of the Village of Franklin hereby recognizes and honors Mike Seltzer for his 30 years of service to the Village of Franklin and his 15 years serving as a village trustee. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution and expression of civic appreciation be presented to Mike Seltzer on behalf of the undersigned.
It was very lovely. Thank you, Mr. President and Council. I was kind of hoping that I would get that chair with my name on it.
We got to work on it.
All
This
right.
room's still going through some renovations in the near future, so maybe we can.
I am very proud of so many things. And I know a lot of people say it's a thankless task. I never felt that it was. I always enjoyed and continue to be appreciative of the opportunity that I had here in the village. I grew up 6 miles south of here in northwest Detroit. It was a neighborhood of policemen and firemen. And I learned respect for law and order. I carried that with me throughout my life. I had Back the Blue on my property for years and years, and I continued to support our great police and our great fire department here in the village of Franklin. So it's such an honor for me to think that 30 years ago, my wife and I were fortunate enough to move into this village. We came from Bloomfield Hills. We had a very completely done suburban house. I remember the day she called me. I was in New York, and she said, I found a house we have to buy tomorrow. Stop by on your way home from the airport and look at this house because we need to buy it. And I listened to my wife, so we did that. But I felt like I was going from the Jetsons to the Flintstones. And when we got into this historic 1840s home that was once an inn and once a restaurant, I became so enthralled with all of the history of this village. And that historical museum that you talk about has the Franklin House dinner by reservation sign in it. I donated that when we sold our house. I'm proud of the years that I spent on the FCA. We kept Roundup going all those years, and there were tough times. We added music and movies on the green. I'm very proud of those things. We continue to celebrate that. We added welcome to Franklin signs. Nobody had ever done that before. That was something that still lives on. People know this is Franklin, so I'm proud of that. And then when I was asked to join council, I was making a move from the social life of being the president of the FCA and all the fun things that we do to the controversies of politics here. But I dove into it and I enjoyed every minute of it. And it's always been a pleasure and a privilege. I'm proud of two things as well. That I was here and supported the first female president of this council in its history, Pam Hansen, who's here with us tonight. Congratulations, first woman president. And then I'll never forget a couple years ago when Brian Gordon left the village and there was an opening on council. And I made a phone call to my friend David Goldberg, who was on planning, and I said, David, we need you on council. Would you consider it? And you said yes. And I'm very proud that today you're the first Jewish president we've ever had in the village of Franklin. And I support you and I admire you and respect you for that. And lastly, and most importantly, I met this man in 2016 right here on these grounds at our Roundup, Labor Day Roundup, Home Forever, the adoption agency that has been doing this for years. Unplanned pregnancy for Lori and I. We had no plan of having another baby. Our kids are long gone and elderly. And I saw this guy and I just fell in love with him. And I said, look at that boy. And my wife said, yeah. I said, I want him. So we took him home. And a year later, we went to show him off in the very same venue. And we saw another little white guy that looks just like him. And I said, look at that guy. And she goes, oh no, we can't do this every year. But we got Winston. So I'm very, very proud of everything that we've accomplished here. I wish you guys all the very best. My heart will always be here. I will continue to help in any way I can. I will be back in the summers, renting locally. But I am grateful and appreciative of the opportunity that I've had to serve here, and I hope that we have a successful transition, and I look forward to it. Thank you so much for the honor.
Thank you, Mike. You're welcome. Yeah, you know what, Evan, you want to do a picture? We'll sign it. We'll sign it after, but let's get a picture.
I'm gonna put the newsletter. You gotta put a puppy. You gotta put a puppy paw on it.
Love that.
Oh, how cute that is.
Cute.
That's cute.
I swear that dog's in a trance.
Thank you so much, Mike. That was beautiful.
Did they spell your name right?
I don't know.
I think we got it right.
To get it right on the chair.
Okay, so time to move on to a little bit of business. So today we've been reviewing internally, each person has been reviewing the nuisance and blight abatement chart that the Planning Commission had prepared at our direction. We had asked the Planning Commission to review our existing ordinances that would fall into the nuisance/blight category to see what in fact we did, what we did regulate, to what extent we regulated them, whether they needed to be modified, and for us to decide whether we want to continue to regulate them. We also asked them to look at some of our surrounding communities and glean some of the ordinance sections and nuisance sections that they regulate, which we don't regulate, and add it to the list for us to consider whether or not we think these are items we should begin to regulate. The chart we have was, again, prepared by council, reviewed by and modified to some extent by Chris Duzen. Dan Ferris chimed in a bit and helped clean up found a couple errors in there. So what we have now is the probably all-inclusive list of various items to consider. Stuart, just so you know what we're doing and to kind of understand what we hope the process will be is the first thing that we're going to do today and we're going to discuss is we each individually, as you can see up here, said yay or nay as to whether or not the type of nuisance should be regulated. Once we've concluded this review and decided which of the items should be reviewed and which shouldn't, that's when it'll come back to you guys again.
Yep.
And we'll ask you guys to then take that list and with Chris's advice, determine what items are fine as presented, what need to be tweaked, the ones that don't exist, how they're gonna be written. And then, once that's put together, and that's come back to us, and we're comfortable with all of the language, I think the last thing that we'll decide, and had been mentioned by Chris, is whether we want to consolidate all of these into one location in the ordinance, which is probably best and how most communities handle it, rather than having it a section here and a section there scattered over 20 sections where nobody could ever really research the issue. So I think that's a no-brainer. We'll pose it as a question, but I think everybody already knows that's the way to go. So at this stage, I mean, if you want to share with us any thoughts, if you want to just sit tight and listen to the dialogue, and then if any of us have questions pertaining to any of these, and at this phase, we're just kind of, Evan's gonna give us, the list of how it was compiled, to what extent, there's all yeses or all nos, then those are no-brainers. To the ones where we have some yays and some nays, probably be where we'll have discussion amongst ourselves today.
All right, I'll stand the wings.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, there's not much for you to add at this point. Thank you. So, Evan, this is,
So you all gave me your list of whether you thought each item should have attention or not. So I've compiled it, I've kind of truncated some of it to fit. So pretty self-explanatory from there, I think.
so, going through, get to my list. Hold on, where is that? Can you bring that scale down a little bit? Is that possible?
Minimize it.
Like minimize it down there a little bit? Yeah. So we have, all right, so it doesn't look like you have anything from Abby.
And I can help speak to it as well if that.
Oh,
would
yeah,
be-
no,
if
absolutely,
that would
because
be helpful.
you were there during a lot of this. So
Yeah, so.
why don't
we,
you go ahead and take the lead on it? Go
Sure,
ahead.
thanks. So on the infrastructure committee, we've met and discussed the responses, and I think to spare everyone from going through all the minutia of it here, I can help summarize a little bit. In general, where we already had something on the books addressing one of these issues, there was a majority who felt that it should be there almost every single time, except there were just two that came up that we currently have something on that we had a majority who did not believe it needed to continue. And that was the alarm systems, that's number 19. And then the other one was with respect to fertilizer, number 25. So those are ones where it looks like we could recommend to planning commission to have those taken out of the new unified ordinance that they draft addressing the issue. And then with respect to the items where there currently isn't an ordinance, we would like, based on the feedback here, a majority of the people, we would like to see added something for item number 2, that's the inoperable recreational vehicles, equipment, and watercraft. Number 4, inoperable machinery and equipment. Number 5, storage of building materials. And then 11, truck debris and load loss. 12, dangerous conditions for children. I feel pretty strongly about that one in particular. Number 17, the existence of a no longer habitable dwelling. 18, incomplete construction. So those were the items, again, to summarize, that we're missing that we think should be addressed.
Hold on, you said, I'm sorry, I lost you. Inhabitable dwelling, what was the next one? The last one?
That was number 17, and then number 18 is incomplete construction.
Incomplete construction, okay, thank you. Okay. Does anybody else want to have any specific comment on anything before? I think we'll just, let's just go down them literally one by one and see where we generally sit in taking into consideration the PC's suggestions. John, if you want to comment, come on up here.
There's a house on Franklin Road, right by King Carden, that's got half the paint off the house. It's just, I think you've all probably seen it. It's right on the road, and nothing's been done in the last 20 years that I've been there. Is there going to be anything concerning the actual look of the house?
Okay, thank you. So, where is that in the chart, Evan? Let's go to one. Let's just start at the beginning. So, all right, so the first item is inoperable junk, abandoned vehicles. We have an ordinance that covers that. Appears everybody seems to agree with keeping that in place.
Real quick, we do have our code enforcement official here as well. So as we go through this list, if you have any context, like here we said yes, but if you notice like additional amendments would help with the
Don, why don't you
enforcement.
just come on up here?
Come on up, Don.
Well, you don't have to answer, just be available so we don't, and I can't have you talking from the crowd. So, if we need you, you're just up there. So, yeah, as we're going through these item by item, you're the one living it and,
Well,
breathing it.
one thing I would add to the list would be something about the pods, like items that are hanging around properties for way too long.
Yeah, I would.
There's
want-
probably a reason for those to be there for some kind of use around the house on a temporary basis, but we don't have a permitting process. We ought to consider having something with regard to that so we can have a start and end date. That would be helpful.
Okay, so let's go, as we go through here, let's see if that falls under any category or whether it should achieve its own category. So, all right, so again, the first item, inoperable junk or abandoned motor vehicles, I think we're all in support of that. The second one was inoperable recreational vehicles, equipment, and watercraft. We don't regulate that. That was one that PC suggested we add, and it looked like most of us.
We have ordinances around having those kinds of things parked around your property.
Correct, you're right, I'm sorry.
As far as inoperable, they're just as ugly whether they work or not. So I would say,
Correct.
that's probably not
The note
all that
used
important to say. And,
Section 12.
they shouldn't be parked on your property, like trailers, like RVs, with some limitations. I enforce that.
All right, so right now, we only deal with, so both of these are dealing with inoperable stuff. This isn't dealing with where you park your RV or
I
anything like that.
understand
right?
that,
Yeah.
but to be able to tell whether it's operable or not is kind of hard to do from the street.
So it should include both, operable and inoperable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Do
or,
we have another
Uh-huh.
section
the
here?
ordinance right now regulates operable RVs. We're calling out inoperable RVs because they're an exception from the existing ordinance.
Okay.
So that's why it's being added.
Oh, so we were okay with the ones that,
Yes.
fine.
And I know
But
a
I've
lot
not
of,
seen any,
I know
there's
a lot-
only one or two around town that I've seen total.
I know in these inoperable areas, I think in a lot of communities, they tie the inoperation also into whether or not the vehicle's registered. And you definitely can't have an unregistered vehicle sitting, you're not supposed to have an unregistered vehicle sitting around on your property as well. So I think something for PC to look at. But
If it's not covered, if that vehicle's covered, you know, to go in and pick up the skirt is kind of hard to do.
Well, yeah, I think storage of that type, of those types of vehicles is another, that's the next item. Right. So it appears that we're all in agreement that we should ask the PC to look into dealing with those types of inoperable vehicles as well. And then the next item is the parking and storage of commercial vehicles in the residential districts.
That's handled right now. Just wrote a ticket for one last week. But, you know, as far as that goes, usually a warning gets them out of there, but occasionally you have to write a ticket.
Do you know how we, again, my comment here is, how do we define commercial vehicle?
My way would be either a DOT number on the side or commercially identified business with a phone number, those kinds of things.
So let's make a note, whoever we're making notes, that's a good point, that maybe if we make sure that that it's a defined term somewhere, that a commercial vehicle becomes a defined term.
Right.
And should we define inoperable too?
Probably, yeah.
But our consultant will do that, right? He'll take.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. This is, right, we'll send all this back to the planning commission to vet out these items and rely on Chris to assist in the proper language. So I think we're all pretty consistent that that's something that should continue, and David's comment is let's better define things so that it's quite clear whether or not you are in fact storing a commercial vehicle or the like. Inoperable machinery and equipment.
We all said yes.
That's what that gray one is.
Is that you?
I'm sorry?
Are you doing
I'm
it?
highlighting.
Oh, that's very nice, okay. I'm like,
Oh, you're highlighting, okay,
yeah,
perfect.
he's highlighting them as we talk.
I was like, yeah, because it's gray here too, but all right, you're actually highlighting it for us as well. Oh, with the green line, perfect. So, most ordinance prohibit storage of such machinery or equipment outdoors.
How do you tell if something's inoperable?
That's the,
We just said
That-
that.
oh,
He's able to find
okay,
it.
it's the same principle for machinery.
yeah.
Yeah.
Either or, if they're not supposed to be there, it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I don't think the court's going to say,
That's what you're saying.
you know,
Sometimes that
does it
those
matter to
are
them?
operable or not.
Yeah. If it's got to go, it's got to go.
I think that's more the question. More so on the lines, is it operable or inoperable, is do we want to allow machinery and equipment, lawnmowers, lawn tractors, backhoes, things like that to be stored outdoors.
Right.
I have a question on that one. Sometimes, there are houses being built that are taking a really long time to build. Is there currently any kind of time frame?
When they take out their building permit, there's a
Permit
start
to-
and finish date. They can extend that,
Uh-huh,
but that's where it starts.
okay.
With the
You
permit.
wouldn't pay attention until after that date has expired? Or tell me how that
Yeah.
works. There's houses that have been under construction for 2 years
Yeah.
or more. Or Dan Gilbert's house,
Right.
which is chronically under construction.
Right.
Yes.
That's a little touchy. You know, as long as there's activity going on, it's hard to say you're working too slow.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's the same token, we can't have, you know, something going on forever.
I'm just curious how you would regulate this. I'm not
Does the building
opposed to
code
doing
regulate
it.
it? Does the building
Well,
code determine?
it
like,
may. I'm not an
taking X
expert
for
with
X
that.
amount of days? I think historically, if I recall, that when the issue on this was if there's been that there's been inactivity for a certain, beyond a certain period of time, then it's, you know, no longer under construction.
Right, and every building permit has a builder name, contact information. I have
Okay.
called them for various things, including street washing the street down and getting the dirt out of the street and things like that.
Yeah, I think, so on that note, I don't know how our permit process works currently, but we should at least inquire as to how long the permit's for and regulate through that means, because they can always do a renewal of the permit and then it's an additional revenue coming in
Yeah.
Right.
for delay.
Extend it, is it free?
That's within
I
our
don't-
purview, that's not, it would be for the
The
building.
permit
official.
is, based on the value of the, construction, and that the amount is set accordingly.
Right. But I think we just handle that through the permit process rather than by ordinance.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean, for example, when I know a new building's going in and I see the foundation going in, part of what I do when I go around town is I make sure that fences all the way around the foundation and safe for children or whatnot, that you can't access that hole in the ground and fall in.
Okay, thank you.
That's it?
No,
Oh,
not even close. That was it for that item.
okay.
All right, so number 5 is dumpsters. We do have, well, all right, so there's,
We have an ordinance that says rubbish containers, which is kind of not worded well. People think that means you can't put your trash cans you set by the road on a weekly basis. I can't have those visible to the public, which I think the term rubbish container is meant to be dumpster, and that's for the downtown district only. You can't have one in the residential area. I think that's
So-
what we're getting at,
I think we should, again, this is an opportunity to define.
right?
and I think there's various types, because I think we need to clarify between what is just a basic 65 or 95 gallon garbage or recyclable container versus like a true dumpster,
Right.
a 10-yard, a 5-yard, there are all kinds of sizes. I don't know if we regulate those. Those definitely should be regulated, where they can be, how long they can be out on your property. Are they assigned to a permit when they're out there? So it looks like we do regulate it to some extent, but maybe needs to have PC look in greater detail. And then on top of all of that, there's the commercial piece of it and a true commercial dumpster that stays on the property permanently. And do we have sufficient things in place for screening, enclosing, things like
Right.
that? So, yeah, I definitely think, as David suggested, we define the various types of dumpsters and make sure that each one is properly regulated.
And one of the things that I was thinking about as I was reading through this, to avoid people trying to find a loophole within how they're defining rubbish, is by setting our threshold for our trash cans based off of the highest volume that was made available to residents to purchase from Priority.
I like that. And you, being the liaison, will be
Yeah, I'll provide all
intricately
that.
involved in while this is being discussed, so that's good to know. Item 6 is, now this is storage of building materials. This is not an item that we currently regulate. This is an item that the Planning Commission suggested we regulate, and it appears that, Hanson amend.
I ended up bringing him because I didn't follow instructions. I made it my own.
It's okay.
All right, that's fine. But it's still, I think you're in the
I'm with you
in the
all
area
on
that
that,
we
yes.
need to regulate this.
Yeah, it is
All
a
right, so,
yes.
right, so that
Yeah.
stays, so right now, we're a yes on everything as it is. Litter, I mean, I think that's a no-brainer. Obviously, make sure we have sufficient protections. I know one of the things was, in reading the general explanation, that if we recognize you have litter, that the only person that's supposed to clean it up is yourself. Maybe see if the planning commission thinks that there be some more actionability on behalf of the village, like we do in other instances when the ordinance says you have to do something, but you choose not to after periods of time and warnings. Is litter, depending on the extent of it, an area where it's not just keep writing them letters or, you know, start a code enforcement action, but actually have the authority to go and clean it up ourselves and back charge, particularly to the
Right.
extent it's causing a nuisance or a dangerous
Yeah.
condition.
We've done that.
Do
Good,
we
good.
need a defined litter?
Sorry?
Probably.
We would need to define litter too.
Well, I've used it, never had a problem with it. So I think it's just,
But
you
that's a
know,
good question. I think
Yeah.
we should have them investigate if other communities need to define litter, or is it generally a common nomenclature? But that's a good question. I mean, again, in any ordinance work, to the extent you define things, the better you define things, the better chance you have for successful enforcement. Yeah, absolutely. Accumulation of rubbish or garbage. Again, we already regulate this. And addresses the accumulation of rubbish and garbage by including the garbage within the definition of litter. This should also calls for. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess let's look at that. It looks like they're both in section 648. So to the extent litter and garbage need to be differentiated, or if not, they all fall in the same category. Is that also where the ordinance regulates? I had always thought there was, short of them not picking it up, but short of that like by the end of the day Tuesday, you had to have your containers back in?
there is nothing
There isn't
like that
anything?
for
Okay.
Franklin.
There isn't?
Bingham Farms has that,
Oh,
but we
Bingham
don't.
Farms does?
Mhm.
We don't have that, okay. Okay, so let's continue to regulate that, and to the extent definitions needed for litter and garbage and rubbish, let's look into that. Number 9, explosives, flammable and combustible liquids and other dangerous substances. Yeah, it looks like we follow basically state and federal law, which I'm assuming has great detail in how things like this can be stored, but I think we all agree that we want to make sure that if anyone is storing something like this, particularly in a commercial fashion, that it be known and it be regulated and that it be in compliance with all the laws. So I think, again, we want to keep it, and planning can just make sure that in fact, what was that, David's comments?
I just said I prefer a common sense, like, maybe I prefer a common sense approach. I don't
Yeah.
know, you know.
I think that's kind of where I was at
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, SACRA has guidelines
Right.
on how to deal with flammable things, and I'm not sure how invasive of an ordinance that would be.
Well, I think, again, I think most of those ordinance deals with it being in commercial capacities, volumes of it,
Okay.
where it's stored, not that you can't store it at all.
Mhm.
I mean, we all have
Mhm.
gasoline and kerosene and fire lighting, things in our homes that are flammable. But being that we already regulate it, let's just make sure you guys take a look at it. Yeah, come on up, if you talked about this one.
Yes, so, I mean, there is common sense, like you said, Trustee Sally, and on these items, and following state and federal law on this makes a lot of sense. I think where the village can actually probably benefit their neighbors of those storing potentially outside their home in an area that's open and seen, that could be considered a nuisance from child attraction or things like that, where they might not have strict control over that substance, the explosive or whatever it may be. That's where I would probably be more concerned. It's something that the village could regulate more easily than asking to go into someone's garage, make sure they have all their flammables inside of a flammable box that's sealed and closed. I mean, ask the fire chief how he would prefer, and go follow those directions most likely as a homeowner. But it's more of a, enterprising youth that see a can of gas sitting out and they want to do something with it. I think that would be the concern.
Do we link to any state regulations in the code?
So, we do not update our ordinances as far as I know, with regards to as state ordinances are evolve, whether or not if it ties directly to a state ordinance, if that's directly tied in. There are call outs to existing state ordinances but as they're updated, I don't know if that's an American legal prerogative to encourage and to ensure that happens. But I think that's part of the activity as well of the American legal is supposed to be doing for us is, are we in compliance with state, federal law, and then pointing it back. But I don't know how far along that is.
Yeah,
Yeah, another time, yeah. So that's kind of my point with regards to why because otherwise, we're not going into people's garages and making sure they're storing things properly, right?
Right.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number 10, unguarded excavations and machinery. I believe we already regulate this. I believe as far as excavations, it's only while the hole is open, correct?
Right.
Bless you, whoever that was. Yes, and so,
But the house still could be dangerous for kids to be in, so even though it's under construction, you don't want them roaming around the property. It's best to have it controlled.
so what's the thought on this? You're not suggesting we go like full-blown Birmingham where the day you pull your building permit, you're putting a chain link fence around the entire property for the entire duration of the construction? Is that what you guys, or what are we thinking of doing here?
So, with regards to this, it's a liability for the homeowner. If they're doing construction and they decide to not protect a basement or a well room that's underground or going underground, and it's a potential hazard or attractive nuisance for children. So in that regard, it is in the best interest of the builder to protect that item. And I have a house that's right across the street from me has had a fence for
Well,
6 months trying to protect it.
That's a no-brainer. We put that ordinance in place a while ago, while there's an open hole. What Don had suggested is, once the hole is done and the house is under construction, the house itself, until a certain point, is still open.
So are we protecting?
So are you suggesting that maybe the requirement that the house remain secured go until the home under construction becomes secured? So there's,
Perimeter is closed in.
we're right, so there's windows and doors that can lock, or they do,
So-
temporary doors and
You can
windows.
I'm the one that provided the feedback in here because I was wrestling with exactly what Stuart said, which is, to me, it's like, that's the liability of the homeowner to not put a fence around it if somebody goes in and hurts themselves. So we shouldn't inhibit somebody from putting up a fence, but we have to balance, at least in my mind, we have to balance that against the policy consideration that any of us could be staring at a fence then for potentially years on end, as we've just talked about. People take years to build.
And I will say, having done some construction in our home and other places, it is the contractor's friends. Or it's not uncommon for them to walk in to say hi to their buddy. And during I know as a homeowner, you're like, what? You're not signed up to be in this house, so why are you here? But they recognize the van and they go say hi. And so it's really difficult to regulate making sure everything gets locked up at the end of the day, because you can have a careless electrician or someone that just forgot that they lock everything up, but they left the tool inside. They run in, they're late for the next job. And so it's a really hard thing in those cases too. I mean, putting a fence around it helps, that's for sure.
Then maybe the better regulation is we keep it how it is, where whenever there's an open hole or anything similar to that, an open trench, which is physically dangerous for a human, an animal, a child, and particularly to fall into, that always has to have a fence around it. But as David just mentioned, that having a fence around a house while it's going through, maybe the next thing is that when it comes to constructing a house, that it always have to be, at least on the first level, always boarded up once it's an occupiable structure, so that you can't just go, people do it all the time. Oh, I'm gonna go walk through the new house that's under construction.
Like,
Let's just go see how the floor plan is, and then that leads to kids doing it, and then, I was a kid once, and that leads to kids,
you
hanging
the
out there at night when, hey, I got a house with a roof and easy to get in and out of, to hang out and party in, so the bigger question is, maybe it's not just a fence that's served, the fence serves to protect the whole, but we have something in place that says, once you have a house under construction, that it can't just be freely accessible for anybody to get into.
Is that a guideline for the homeowner, or is that an ordinance?
Well, both.
I was gonna say, I think it depends how, sorry, you don't want a chain link fence around your neighbor's house for 6 years, but as the builder, I think, you should be securing your house at night. I've gone through walks, and there are just people who are walking,
Totally.
who are like, let me check this house out. And they'll go through the house and come out, and then I'll walk by, like, do you wanna look out the floor plan? Like, this is just open, and that's what people in Franklin do, like, walk through the houses. So, it's just,
I grew up
That's
looking.
happened.
David's right, we shouldn't have to protect people from themselves, but on the other side of it is, there is the reality that happens, and the last thing you want is it's dusk, and someone goes through a house and doesn't realize that
There's
there's
no
an
stairs.
open hole for the stairs to the basement, and they take a, 12-foot drop. And, yeah, they're gonna
It's
sue the
still
homeowner,
trespassing,
but people
that's
are
the
gonna wanna know why we didn't have things in place to regulate that. So, with the size of the homes that get built in Franklin and the numerous opportunities and places on the first level that you can get in, I definitely think that's something that you guys should take a look at.
Yeah, and I think it'll be important, I think it'll be valuable to get Trustee Gates' opinion on this, because she lives in a section of the neighborhood where there's been a chain link fence up around a property for a good amount of time, and of no fault of the homeowner. So it was, they were waiting on insurance decisions before they could do anything really actionable. And so as a result of that, that left a fence up for, I think, well over a year. And so getting the perspective, she's plugged in with, her neighbors to kind of hear the rumblings of, do they feel that the fence in itself is almost like a nuisance of an eyesore? Or do they think, we're glad it's there because it's protecting our kids potentially going and playing in the lot?
She can provide feedback offline to us
Yeah.
between, or to you, and you can relate it to either way. That's fine.
Kathy, do you want to say something?
Sure, I have the unique experience of living across from construction for the past 10 years with an incredibly deep basement and that window to the basement, 2 stories down a basketball court for so many years open. And I don't know how anyone got hurt. No one got hurt, how deer didn't end up jumping over and dying. We had an entire choir come. I was sitting outside. The entire choir came into the basement and sang I was sitting outside, and all of a sudden I start hearing choir music, and they just came. Nothing stopped people from coming, but I cannot imagine how 2.5 acres would be encased with chain link fence. I would have hated that so much, but I do think boarding up windows like that, boarding up holes would be really wonderful.
I agree. Okay, anyone else on that item? So I think you got some direction there. I think we definitely want to continue. So we're on number 11, truck debris and load loss. Where are we at as a group on this?
I think Pam and I kind of landed in the same spot, which is it's going to fall to the PD, so I'll defer to them.
A lot of times it's mud, in the roadway.
I have a question for the chief. So when you are following, or one of your officers are following a vehicle where things are flying out of the back, do you stop them now? Or do you?
We can, yes.
You can?
So there's a misdemeanor state law
Uh-huh.
that talks about I don't want to act like I'm not smart, I just looked it up. But it talks about a person should not drive or move a vehicle on a highway unless the vehicle is constructed or loaded to prevent contents from dropping, sifting, leaking, blowing, or otherwise escaping the vehicle. And so we can stop a car for that and
Do you
enforce
find
it.
yourself doing that?
It happens, yes.
Okay.
Especially along, Telegraph or on the main roads, 13 and 14 mile.
Okay.
So, sorry, no.
No, go ahead. I think you're going where I'm going.
So it seems like state law already covers that aspect of it.
Correct.
What I don't believe we cover, and whether it should be in the construction code or, the question is, so we have these large properties, 18-wheelers come all the time bringing equipment, they leave, they drive off, and then they leave with that trail of mud on the streets. Other communities, I've been in the business, you have to, if you have a building project going on, and it's pretty clear that mud is accumulated in the road because of the trucks coming off your property, do we have any authority? Communities will make you hire the street sweeper and come and literally sweep the street and get all that off. Otherwise, that's just finding its way into people's cars. It dissolves and then finds its way into our storm drainage system and adds more sediment into it. So that's, I guess, something for PC to consider is, do we want to regulate homes that are under construction and regulating the amount of mud that gets on the streets? I mean, you see it all summer. You see it where, the truck pulled out and you drive down, whatever, Wellington, and you can track that thing all the way to Franklin and 14 Mile Road.
I believe that part of the building permit process is expectation to clean that up. If I catch that going on, we get a hold of the builder.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes it's pretty clear to trace it back to
Right.
its source.
We can tell.
Okay, so I'm just curious if we have anything in there, or if it's just, I know the state and the county have load limits, but not necessarily cleanup requirements.
Correct.
So do we want to get a consensus of whether or not we want to put it in, or just defer to the statute that chief?
Well, I agree with President Goldberg. And in the sense of, I think the way it's worded now, it's already covered. But I do think that we have a vested interest in having them clean up any additional deposit as they're leaving, even if it's properly loaded, right?
Right. Plus, after they're done, if I catch them, in the act, I will make sure they clean up the roadway that they've managed to drive off the side of and create ruts by the side of the road.
Right.
Part of the cleanup process afterwards is to remind them, hey, you're done, get in there and clean that up.
That's great. Residents.
But I believe, I'm not the building expert, but I believe that's in the building code to do that, the permit process.
Okay, so,
So yes, right?
yeah, so this is a yes that we do want to, and the PC had added that, the planning commission had added that as well as a suggested addition, so why don't you guys look into that? Yeah, and dangerous conditions for children, to the extent there's ordinances out there, yeah, let's find out what they say and bring them our way. And I can't imagine any of us would not support something that we don't have in our ordinance that is designed in other places to protect children, so kind of a no-brainer on that one. Noise. We currently have an ordinance, it is inadequately addressed. I know that our other attorney that represents us in civil infraction matters and traffic tickets and the like has also suggested that our noise ordinance is very vague and unclear and in all likelihood unenforceable. And although we do have big properties, maybe we should look into just some general times and hours of noise levels, you know, it doesn't happen
There's
often. but
parties.
Graduation parties,
Yes.
weddings in the backyard, you know, can they go till 2 and 3 in the morning with loud music? Does there need to be, do we need to bottle the edges, I think is
Right.
probably the main thing, certainly not
And that's usually a
not
police go
prohibit them or
function
to
to-
dissuade them, but to definitely make sure we have protections for the surrounding neighbors. That
Right.
they don't have to deal with all-night parties.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's no decibel level. It's more
No, I think it's more time. I think that should be considered.
courtesy to neighbors.
Yeah,
Yeah,
times and or
absolutely.
days of the week.
Although, in the neighborhood I live in, there is a homeowner who loves his motorcycles and his loud cars, and he's a familiar person to our PD and the neighbors. I read that ordinance as applying to those kinds of noises that are annoying to the neighbors, as opposed to parties, which are kind of a one and done. Was that, did I misread that?
Well, no, they're all, I think they all fall in that category, don't
I
they?
mean, so this is where I kind of, if you see my comment, I'm like, we
Yeah.
need better objective standards.
Yeah.
So my concern would be if we're doing it based off of like the intent, it's gonna be a little bit difficult to regulate, to create the objectivity
Yeah.
without explicit, trying to capture all use cases.
Yeah.
Which is why I think it is better that we just go with like a period in time. Now, I don't know what other communities are doing around decibels. If that's a realistic thing, I would even appreciate that because you could still imagine that one person's midnight too loud is another person's midnight too loud, right? And so to give, I'd imagine that would be more of a police matter, but for them to not have to have subjectivity and saying like, yeah, I do think this is too loud, being able to go with an objective standard would be helpful.
Okay.
Make a comment. The other thing that happens around the village a lot is people start construction at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So you gotta take into consideration that. Of course, the parking dog or whatever it is, it goes nonstop for 3 months. Those are the kind of things that people get upset about. It's trivial in some ways, but that's.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree on the construction. I think if we don't already have a specific time in which they can start, that's definitely something we
Seven
need.
to seven?
I thought it was 7 to 7.
Seven, 6 days a week?
For commercial, but if somebody wants to do their own,
Oh, sure.
we don't really have that.
Got it.
So that's why a time frame would be helpful.
Yeah, I
Sure.
think so.
Yeah, regardless of whether it's a commercial builder
Same
or
noise.
just a homeowner.
Right.
Noise is noise, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, so definitely that section is gonna need some TLC. Pollution of any lake, stream, or well. Prohibits depositing refuse and the like. It looks like we regulate that.
I would suggest improving our pool discharge ordinance. The county and the state don't require a permit for residential pool discharges. So there are some guidance that they would provide, and I can provide the council and planning for consideration in our ordinance, but you don't have to have a permit to discharge pool water. There's some guidelines around letting your pool sit for a number of days, let the chlorine kind of cook out of it, to make sure it's not too hot if it's a hot tub, those kinds of things. But as far as, you have to have a permit, you really don't. But there are guidelines.
Okay.
Can I, on this note also, Eagle has kind of given some guidelines with regards to anti-algae or like bluing dye that they put inside of ponds, potentially entering into our waterway. That's not enforced. It's a guideline, I believe. We're not doing anything to really enforce that. There are some ponds that are benefiting from low algae because of the dye that they put into the water to keep it from growing, but that also affects potential waterways and going into our wells. So that's something that I also was considering with regards to that as well.
The dyes.
Dye.
Who's
So
considering it?
No, I would consider adding that consider that as part of that activity is prohibiting, it says refuse and nuisance liquid. That's what I would consider as a nuisance liquid is because in some, even though it makes the pond have less vegetation, easier to clean the shoreline, it does, there's a chance that, use the wrong thing or the wrong amount of dose could cause problems for our well.
So Eagle recommends regulation of the use of dyes. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
As I make the rounds, if I've gone to training with Eagle, if I see what is suspicious where vegetation is dying, it looks like there's a sheen on the water that's going down the ditch or various other things, I have numbers to call to ask for help from Eagle to come in and assess it.
All right, so I think we're a yes on everything up until.
So just for clarification though, we all put, there's no from you, President Goldberg. Pam, this would, President Hanson, this would be an indication of a high priority for you. I was a no. Ferris was a low priority, but based off of the conversation, do we still feel, and of course, Trustee Salaka put yes. So does that then put everything, I guess, we seem split, given the conversation that just happened. I'm inclined to say yes, let's continue to look at this. Does anybody disagree? If not, based off the conversation, my recommendation to the Planning Commission would be to look at this, given the conversation we just had.
This is the stagnant water one. That's what we're on.
The one that.
Yep.
Yep. Stagnant water can generate foul odors and can be unhealthy, so.
The thing is, the item says maintenance of any pond. There's a big range of what maintenance of a pond is.
Yeah.
Eagle does regulate ponds. It can be under state-regulated wetlands. If it's a certain size, I have a pond like that. And then there's smaller ponds which aren't necessarily regulated. So that is helpful there. I couldn't relate to the general explanation of stagnant water, because it's really a bigger issue than stagnant water. It's maintaining a healthy pond that won't get all grown over. And ponds have a life cycle. They turn into bogs eventually. And do we want that? And how do we teach people to keep their ponds healthy without over-regulating how people handle their property? I don't know what the answer is, but this wasn't enough. I would like the Planning Commission to take a look at this and maybe even to clarify it a little bit more about how do we maintain healthy water in our wet village?
So part of the challenge we'll have is water runoff maps are not great in the village.
No, they're not, yeah.
And water shedding is also, this is 4 administrators ago, with Jim Creech, we'd had this conversation about water shed. And his stance was to figure out what the watershed is. When someone pulled a new permit, they would then map out what the watershed is for that property, whether it's going to.
That happened to me, actually, at great expense, yes, yeah.
So the thing with stagnant water, and you're right, it turns to a bog, because behind my house, there was an ice skating rink 50 years ago, but it's now a wetland. And it's a great vegetation wetland, but at the same time, do we allow that to happen? Is it a concern? I mean, I personally don't mind it. Mosquitoes sometimes are a little bad, but honestly, the deer go and hang out there, and I've got a turtle that comes up every year I love, and he's huge. He's like this tall and giant. Anyway, so that's a tough one, but we'll look into it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
You had me at turtles.
Okay, where are we? Stagnant water.
Okay.
John?
Talking about bogs, I don't know how many are aware, but by the office building, the brown office building up on the hill off of Franklin, there is a huge pond with invasive grass that you don't even know it's there.
Yeah.
And I think it's a tremendously dangerous log, because the kids, when you get up on the hill right next to the building, you would fall straight. If a kid fell down, I don't know that he could get out of it. And I think it needs to be either somehow fenced in, or.
Is that their detention basin? Does it have a purpose? Is it?
I think
I think it's a natural formation.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pete Halleck has
I
looked at it.
didn't know
yeah.
about it until a fellow who grew up, a young man, told me about a lake that was there. And I said, what are you talking about? A pond. He said, yeah, there's a pond there. I said, I haven't seen a pond. And when I took a better look, and he pointed it out to me, I could see that you don't see any water, you just see the invasive grass.
Where's that at?
If you
Without
drive up,
specific
if you drive
address.
up the road off of 14,
Mhm.
that goes up the hill into the parking lot of the office building,
Mhm.
if you stop on that road right at the point where the office building starts, and you get off and you walk
Oh, yeah,
in
okay.
there.
Between the building
Yeah,
and 14
yeah.
Mile Road
Okay.
is a wetland area.
Yeah.
But if you, you know,
And
you
yes,
have to
there
have-
is a pretty
it's
significant.
I look down, and I would hate to try to walk down it. It's not something you can go down. I think a kid who was investigating it wouldn't even realize what it was and could fall down that, and that's it.
That's a separate matter, but that definitely should be
Commercial.
something to be looked into, from just a one-off. So, we're on 16, correct? Yeah, noxious vegetation and lawn grass growth. I think we already regulate that. Looked like Chris had suggested maybe some updating to that. So planning commission can look at whether we're properly regulating that, but as far as sizes and lengths of grass and things like that. I think we all agree that that should continue to be regulated. Existence of a no longer habitable dwelling, a vacant dwelling that is not boarded up. We do not regulate that right now. No, I think that goes along with what we were just talking about, whether it's a home under construction or a home that's at the other end of the life cycle. Yeah, there shouldn't be unoccupied buildings that are not locked up, and at least at a minimum on the first floor.
Yeah, and land banking is a thing, especially when we have families who this is the home they grew up in, they moved away, their parents passed away, it's now the state owns the home. It doesn't make sense at the time to sell the home, and so they tend to sit. Eventually they do get purchased when the family decides to, but it has happened quite a bit in our village over the years, and so that is a nuisance. One of them looked like deer lived in the home by me, and it was there for, I think, 4 years, was sitting vacant.
Yeah.
So can there be anything done?
Well, we did, so Don, I mean, you probably could test the house right here at Wellington and Normandy.
Yeah, right, the house just right over here was.
Where there's a beautiful new home now,
they tore
but
it
I
down.
believe we made them, did we tear it down, or did we actually go to court and made them?
We made them tear it down.
We made them, we didn't actually take the action, but we went to court and made them take it
Yeah.
down, yeah. And now it's a beautiful home.
Yep, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think we continue to, oh, no, that's something, yeah,
We
we're,
just need to make sure it's clarified and strong enough to be able to do that.
correct.
Yeah.
That's another one that needs good defining. And the PC agreed, so let's look into that. Incomplete construction. Yeah, to the extent we don't have a time period on it. I mean, today, houses are taking more than 2 years, real large, with a lot of intense interior finishes. But there should be a time limit. Typically, I think we had always had 2 years around here.
It's building, I really can't
Yeah,
speak
right.
for Bill.
No, I know, so
Yeah.
it's usually been 2 years, maybe in today's world.
Mhm.
It's evolving into, especially when you're talking about 10,000 square foot houses, that it can take 3 years. But there, again, we need to bottle the edges of things like that, so that at least there's a time period where they gotta come back and do something, or prove that they're continuing to be working on it.
action.
Yeah. Alarm systems. So was this one that you were suggesting we don't regulate?
That's right.
So the planning commission wants alarm system. In communities where home alarm systems are prevalent, false alarms are a nuisance. Also, the sound of an alarm from the a nuisance. So,
Do you hear this? Do you get reports, police chief, on
Oh.
nuisance alarms? I don't, this is one of those, what do our
Well-
neighbors do, and is it a typical nuisance ordinance? If we don't feel it's relevant, we don't have to
Well-
continue with it.
it isn't the nuisance ordinance part. It's, if you go to Chief Tony's report every month,
15 per month.
and you see how many false alarms they go out on, that we pay them to man up and get volunteers here and head out to a house, and they get there, and it was because, you know,
Burn the turkey?
the contractor set the alarm off when they went in the house.
Is there a
And-
number of times, I don't know this actually, is there a number of times that if they get called out more than once, they get fined? Because that's pretty common in a lot of communities. I'm actually not aware of.
I guess if anything, this is one, because again, alarm systems, I guess that's any alarm system, even if it's your security alarm system, which, Chief, on a security, like a home alarm goes off, does a police officer and the fire department both go? So are we
So it's usually you have a
both officers?
residential intrusion alarm, and that the police will go to that. We'll send 2 officers to that. And then there's a separate fire alarm, and it'll be police.
For
and-
people that actually have dedicated fire alarms, those are the ones that Tony's going to.
Correct.
Somebody trips the front door, that would be you. Either way, it's time and energies and what have you. Okay.
But it's, the wording is the sounding of the alarm is excessive period of time, not so much how much, we can update the ordinance with regards to call outs and who's charged for police activity if the alarm goes off multiple times. I don't know. We can investigate that portion, but I think this is more of the nuisance, excessive period of time of nuisance.
Time aspect of it.
Yeah.
Yes, and I had a neighbor who, somehow the alarm would go off and it would go for like 45 minutes, an hour, until someone finally got around to coming home, because unless the police are gonna break into the house, there's really no way to turn it off. What's everyone's thoughts on this? This something that's a big deal?
I said no.
Yeah, I mean, most of us had this as a
I
no.
will say Bingham Farms
I
does
had it,
charge
yeah.
their residents for false alarms. I could go either way with it, it's totally up to you.
How much?
And in West Bloomfield, I know we gave them 1 free false alarm, and then
Yeah.
we charged them
Seemed
after
normal.
that per year.
And going back, when I was in the fire department, going back years, they used to give 1 free one, the second one's, there was a charge. I don't know when that stopped, you know, it was enforced.
Yeah,
What if it's
so-
like a kid, like one of your kids or something, or a babysitter?
So
Those are
time
to me,
aspect,
those are
two separate things.
issues.
The time thing, meaning you could get a fine if you don't have any ways of regulating the fact that your alarm can get set off and it doesn't have an internal mechanism that stops it, and it can just go for hours on end, and neighbors have to listen to some wailing alarm until they come home. I would agree that most instances of things like this, a warning's the way you start, but for people that become perpetual problems, maybe there should be a fine associated with
Well,
that.
I'm sorry, I'm confused with the two, because I feel like
There's-
you combine the
there's-
two. You have the one where you have an excessive alarm that's going off, maybe the police are not called, but it's still sounding for long periods of time. And in that case, it sounds like there was a no on regulation on that necessarily, but is there a yes on charging someone after a certain number of false alarms that actually notify the police or fire department of an alarm situation? Because those are the 2 separate ones I'm understanding right now, because I wouldn't treat them the same.
I agree with you. My initial inclination is, I don't know how big of a problem the alarm for an excessive duration would be. So I'm a little bit more hesitant to regulate that. I also think that if we intend to regulate that, then I think similarly we should for car alarms, because it's under a policy standpoint, a similar principle. For the charging for a false alarm as a separate issue, I do think that we should do that after a set amount of times of like so many passes, because that's an expense that's bared by the village.
I would say like 3 strikes, you're out.
No, we can sit on that, but
Yeah, we'll investigate what other people are doing as well, and then you
Okay.
can change the number.
You might want to check with Chief Averbach as well, because he's been in front of the council, troubled by the number of times some homes have false alarms. He's commented on it. I suspect they have a policy, but they don't enforce it, the charging. And so I think a first stop would be to see what
For sure.
they're thinking about on that one.
For sure.
There's an ordinance, 1060.05, that addresses it, but it probably needs revision.
Okay.
Basically says that a person with a false alarm may be required to pay the village a sum of $50 for the second occasion that the alarm is activated, responded by the police or fire department within 1 calendar year, or $100 for each additional occasion that it lists certain.
That says maybe, right? So that.
Yes,
Oh, it
maybe.
says yes in chapter 1060.
It says maybe, so it needs some tweaking.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it can't be like,
he didn't want to carry the whole load on that.
Right,
The
for
part
sure.
in the village.
I just feel like, what if someone installs an alarm and like in 1 week it kind of false goes off, a few times when it's new? Like you're gonna,
So-
so I was just thinking like, oh, we still.
So if you install a professional alarm system and it's typically, then in that case, you do need to notify the police and fire department that you have just installed an alarm, and they typically try to notify in that regard, just because it's now a new numbered home on their list to call in. In that case, then typically if it's a monitored home, they'll call the homeowner and check to see if there's a concern before and potentially interrupting, at least for that first trial period. As a homeowner, I would recommend that they do that before they start getting a bunch of false alarms, make sure that it settles in with the alarm system they're using. That's kind of what I would recommend if you have an alarm system put in. Because I can see that, especially with some of our older homes where the doors change with temperature and humidity.
Yeah.
The magnetic sensors that they put on there might not align depending on the humidity, and the door will open or act open even because they've now gone from day to night, and there's enough humidity change that it'll swell and magnetize the lines. It's really
Only you would know that, Stuart.
someone might have done that.
I would only add some definition around generator testing as far as time of day and possible when the mufflers go out, they can make a lot of noise. So maybe decibels in that case could be something we might want to say, hey, you got to get it fixed.
But if someone's using a generator,
You do a weekly test on your generator,
okay,
Yeah.
and it's run for 15 minutes typically, with Generacs do.
because it's super loud when like all the generators on your street are, and you don't want to. Yeah.
Right.
Sounds like everyone's mowing their lawn.
So the muffler could be out of maintenance and it could make a lot more noise than normal too.
Okay, I think you've got some direction there, and you can work off of what we have. Graffiti, I think, we're not super concerned about that in the village. Construction site maintenance, I think we've already talked about that, and the things we have in place would be suffice. This is sort of like, it's saying literally Birmingham, which is, the only thing we have remotely close to Birmingham is the historic district. And I think in the historic district, any type of new construction, even though there's very limited new construction, neighbors need to be cognizant of their neighbors. But in general, I think we already talked about putting fences around properties for the whole duration of construction and things like that is a little excessive and would be, I couldn't even imagine the cost for some of the properties that we have. So I think we're all in agreement that unless something changes in the near future, we're pretty covered there. Hazardous material incidents. yes, I mean, obviously, if you have an event that leads to the level of a leak or, I mean, there's already gonna be state and Eagle laws that cover any type of illegal discharge or leaking underground storage tank. I'm guessing in today's day, we've probably evolved out of most of our residential properties not having propane tanks and heat tanks underground still anymore. Could be a one-off, but I'm gonna guess those are gone. So how do we regulate this right now? It's just in this 244.01. I mean, is this like a just keep it as it is, Stuart, where we cover it?
In this case, it is covered. This is a typical nuisance ordinance, so.
Okay, it looks like we're good there then. Not like we have to do much. Keep it as is. Rodent and pest control. Catch all the Harvard Farm. What was our thought on this?
I think it's already covered, right? So.
Okay.
Do we have a problem, Don, with rodent and pest control, from your perspective?
I don't see much.
Okay.
Mostly groundhogs. I don't see rats or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pest control with regards to, for example, groundhogs, Southfield Township actually has a program to help you live trap some of those pests as well, and you can get, it's free of charge as far as I know, unless they've changed
We have it
recently.
as well. It's free.
So,
Yep.
and they'll.
They'll trap a raccoon, a skunk, anything that's really been bothering your home.
And then, I don't know, but they're alive when they leave.
Well, they don't kill them. They take them and they let them out into parks.
They do relocate, I haven't been told they relocate them, but they also might say that to me to make.
Yeah, I don't think they have the time or effort to start killing animals. Storage of firewood. I think we're no across the board there. And then fertilizer, partially addressed, section 12, so deals with fertilizer use in a water course or wetland. Use of floodplain. Yeah, I mean, we are on wells, but I don't think we could ever regulate people. People want well-maintained lawns where we live, and fertilizer seems to be the main way to get you there. If we already have stuff that covers it as far as running off into lakes, bodies, and streams like that, that's one thing, but just the fact that it slowly leaches into our groundwater, I mean, that's...
So, this was brought up in planning because if a lot of our lawns have water evacuation collection systems in their front between the road and it's a ditch, right? A ditch, right? So, trying to think of a good way of saying it.
Water evacuation system.
Water evacuation system in the front yard. No, it's a ditch, right? And even the ditch has grass, and so when you put fertilizer in, you know it's going to end up in the waterway and increasing the nitrogen levels in the waterway. And so it was brought up as is this a real concern that we have for council to consider, because it's eventually an excessive amount is actually going to go into the waterways, and we don't have a current way of really regulating it strictly. And I agree, we do enjoy having green lawns. So part of the reason I think that the wetland behind my property is actually a wetland and not a pond anymore is because of years and years and decades of overgrowth, because the plant nutrients were so good to grow that they just ended up evasive into the pond, and it wasn't cleared out by the previous owners. So they remember ice skating on it when they were little kids, and there are too many trees
Well, I
now.
have one of those ponds too, and the truth of the matter is, it's the lowest level, and all the neighbors' runoff goes into that pond, and in 30 years, it has turned from a clean pond to a bog. almost a bog. And it's it's on me, or who now owns it, my new neighbors, to fix it. And no one has any accountability for their contribution to creating that situation. I recognize that it's a hard one to regulate, but, it is happening. And we contribute to the maturing and the end of the life cycle on freshwater ponds in our village if we don't do anything. But I'm not gonna fight about it, it is what it is, so.
Well, it appears we do address it when it comes to water courses and wetlands
Yeah,
and floodplains, just not in every area.
yeah, I got it.
Like our, like Stuart's saying, just the regular runoff into your ditch. I mean, the idea of having grass in the ditch is the grass catches the sediment and all of these bad nutrients, and the water goes down. The water is what goes away, and the grass collects
Yeah.
these things, in theory. All right, so that covers everything. Hopefully that gives you some direction. Stuart, I do suggest that, as Don mentioned, that isn't on this list, and I have had a couple residents call me and complain about this going on in their neighborhoods. An outdoor pod is not a shed. And if you want a shed, then put a shed in the right place in your backyard. You can't store a pod on your driveway for 2 years
Ever.
while you're trying to, figure out your life. At some point, we gotta bottle the edges on those. They need to exist, I mean, they're a part of society, but when they start evolving into a permanent structure is probably when we might wanna start regulating them.
Yes.
Take it to your kid's house.
All right, hopefully good direction. David will be at most meetings to assist in questions, and then anytime, just bring it back here on a monthly basis. I know this is gonna take a minute.
It will. The one thing that I was hoping for was priority, but in addition to this, but we can just start addressing it and come back with a priority
Maybe we'll
list if
get
you'd
into
like,
that.
or.
I don't know if we're ready to do that tonight. We have enough things to still get done.
Understood.
But yeah, I think in time, we could, as a group, take the list that you give us that says, here's what we're now regulating, and
Okay.
ask you which ones to get to first.
So based off of those two pieces of feedback, one of the things that we could do is send it back to infrastructure to compile a priority, bring it back to the next council meeting.
You could do that.
That'd be great.
If you guys want
Would that
to
help?
take that on, if infrastructure wants to take that on.
That's fine.
And
Dan,
just-
you kind of already put your priority, so it wouldn't be that much more work. It's up to you.
Do you want us to set a priority and come back to you based on some of the feedback? And we can do that too.
I'm fine with you guys doing it if you want.
Yeah, I think that's, you've heard our discussion points, and so I think in the course of your discussions, you can decide
Sure.
which aspects to focus on first. I mean, some of it may be anyway, starting with like a model code that covers a whole bunch of these things at once.
Right.
So-
Knock them out as in one ordinance or something.
Do we want to give some type of a policy decisions of what type of nuisances we want them to prioritize? So potentially, there's things that are a nuisance in the sense of an annoyance, for lack of a better term, and then there's safety ones that we've identified.
So I think based on what Trustee Ferris just said, though, that categorizing a group of a model makes sense in that regard. I think that aligns with what you're saying, of modeling a safety ordinance versus a nuisance ordinance, and seeing what we can group, and then come back to you if that's.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, safety ordinances I think would probably be a higher priority, but yeah, I think that's a good approach then.
Last 2 cents from me. I would say we've got about 250 leave bags around town, about 18 to 20 locations
Right now, they're out.
right now.
So that was something, that's something that will, I think, the administrator will look into.
Sure. Just wanted to get feedback.
We could reach out to, we've had a dialogue with Priority, And if there is a significant amount out there, there would be a charge to the village, but we could probably get them to come back out one more time to do a pickup of existing stuff. And if anybody got stuff out there in the interim, I mean, we were concerned about how to get the word out. But if you're telling me that we've got them at least in over 20 locations already sitting out on the street,
After today's set out for pickup,
yeah.
there's only one or two more from last week, so they're pretty much finite at 18 or 20.
Yeah, and the snow's down and
And
most leave.
They're going to be a nuisance because some are 60 bags, maybe more. So at some point, they're going to have to go somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
It says Stoker picks them up or collects leaves.
If you take it there,
Yeah.
yeah.
60 bags is a lot to take.
Yeah.
David,
let's-
it's not
yeah,
it
well,
'cause we
let's-
missed it.
To keep the cost reasonable, I can identify where they're at, so they don't have to do every street,
Oh, that's an idea.
you know.
Save money.
If you have, if you can compile a list.
I've got it.
And, yeah, let's get that to Rachel, and then Rachel can look into whether or not it makes sense to just have them come out and pick up existing stuff in known locations.
Right.
Because, yeah, we probably don't want that sitting out all winter.
Right.
And, yeah, and next year, I think we need to talk to them about redoing that contract, because in Franklin, I mean, the leaves just don't fall. It's crazy.
They're late.
Until December.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
President Goldberg, do you want to motion up the whole nuisance and abatement so Planning Commission has clear directives? It could be based on what we discussed. We send it to Planning Commission. We're supposed to act by motion, resolution, or ordinance.
All right, so it would essentially be a motion to direct the planning commission to take our recommendations on the blight ordinance and bring it back to us with suggested changes?
Correct. That would work.
Okay, I just made that motion.
I'll second that motion. That good?
Did you get that, Evan? You're recording anyway. All right, so we have a motion to direct the planning commission to prioritize and take into consideration our directives on the noose and blight ordinances. We have a motion by Goldberg, second by Hanson. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? All right, thank you. Great job, guys. Follow-up discussion regarding striping and stop sign placement from Infrastructure Committee. So, which one of you guys want to take the
Yeah, I
lead on
can
that?
take it away with this, and then this should be pretty brief, but this relates to a motion that was passed back in October. Most of us in the room will recall, but Rachel was not with us at that point in time, and so we wanted to put this on the agenda tonight for the sake of having good communication between council and our new administrator with respect to this issue. We approved some stop signs and crosswalk locations, but the motion was conditional. It was on the condition that a professional provides recommendations and insight on the exact locations and striping and signage. And while we've worked with HRC, with that civil engineering firm in the past, those of us on the infrastructure committee were interested in potentially trying out a different civil engineering firm and not being solely reliant on HRC going forward. And we were also imagining that the next steps would be for Rachel to reach out to a few civil engineering firms and get some estimates for this being a very small project. And maybe Rachel could communicate with them that this could be an entree to working together on future projects going forward, but kind of trying out this little project as something of a test run. And I don't know that it would have to come back to council after that, but then maybe Rachel could proceed with one of these contractors and get us just some basic feedback. We did, Rachel, so you know, put together some drawings, some images that kind of show the basic concepts, but we wanted to get some fine tuning from a civil engineering firm. That's the gist of it.
Okay, thank you.
So when this came up to the legal committee, one of the things that I just wanted clarification on is the locations that we're looking to do striping, because there was a discussion on whether or not we were going to do a crosswalk on, I believe it was, is it
Brandingham?
Brandingham? And there was also a discussion about putting a stop sign there. And at the time, there was some cross conversation, but I strongly feel that if we have a stop sign addressing the flow of traffic, that we don't need striping for a crosswalk, just because, again, I'm not entirely sure that we're essentially, I think we're just walking them over across the road to a ditch. Whereas I think if we're stopping the flow of traffic, that is sufficient to allow somebody to cross safely, with, I think, a more minimal impact on kind of the plane, the visual plane.
And have time convincing me of that. Right now, as it was approved, we approved the crosswalks at the 3 locations, and we did add 2 stop signs to this location. Kurt, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe there's much discretion in where stop signs go. They go in a certain relation, like, as far as,
Like feet to the road.
yeah, feet, orientation to the road, height, proximity, so those 2 stop signs, I'm not sure we have much input in. And I think, yes, when the council approved this and approved the various sidewalks, that it was subject to some professional giving us some direction on where they should actually go. I think we also had said, well, the council, the majority said that we were gonna defer, and that would give us more time to do some homework on exact placement of the striping, particularly since we were coming into winter and didn't want to do it right before winter, but it would seem the 2 stop signs could go into their, I mean, unless someone's changing their mind on it, but I agree with you, if we're gonna have one of the 2, a stop sign's more appropriate than a crosswalk into the ditch. And do we need them both? In other instances, we're putting both in. In that particular instance, the crosswalk always seemed weird to me. But if we're now stopping everybody in all 3 directions, somebody that's standing at the stop sign on Brandingham and wants to get onto Wellington, a car stopping, I hope the car would then defer to the pedestrian, or pedestrians standing there. If not, then the person's just an inconsiderate driver. But I don't know if a crosswalk's the answer there. So right now, we haven't called for it. If that's part of what we hire somebody to look into, and if their recommendation is, yeah, in this location, you probably don't need the double kill, then we could always bring it back and change the directive. But right now, it's in Rachel's hands to get us some information. Okay. That works for me. Any other discussion on it? Did you guys have? Is that really what you wanted to make sure?
We didn't
Okay.
want to give Rachel direction.
Well, that's perfect. Thank you. All right, new business. So right now, we are going to consider the appointment of a village council trustee to replace the seat that was vacated by Mike Seltzer. We did put out information to residents as to give them a time period in which to submit their name and complete an application if they were interested in being considered for the open position. I know in some discussions throughout the last week or so, there were some questions as to the information that was given to some of our boards. They could have possibly gotten some conflicting information from what all the other residents were getting as to when their dates were due. I mean, as a result of all of that potential misinformation, we received one additional application from somebody whose information came in late. I'm going to defer to the rest of the council as to whether or not they want to allow that applicant to be considered, and if they want to consider that applicant, then they can make that in a motion if they're so inclined. The way this is going to work is we're going to give everybody who submitted an application an opportunity to come speak, as well as be an opportunity for some of us to ask questions. If any of the applicants don't want to speak, that's a prerogative. However, if some of us have questions for you, again, it's your prerogative as to whether or not you want to answer them. I would probably suggest doing so, if that's the case. But we have, what's our number? 5?
5 or 6.
Well, I think at a minimum, I'm going to allow Stuart an opportunity to speak and address the board. This is not a position that the president makes a recommendation and the council ratifies. This is a nomination or an appointment that can come from the council in general. Anybody can make a motion in a second. If we did this a few months ago, what was it, whatever it was, and that was how we did it. There's a motion, there's a second, that person gets considered. If they pass, they can't garner at least 4 votes, then it ends there. If the person doesn't garner enough votes, we look to see if anybody wants to make another recommendation. And if we can't get a vote and any more recommendations, we need to come back and continue to look for a trustee, which unfortunately happened last time. Don't know if that will be the case today. But, so let me go to a list of individuals. So, Pam, did you put it on a list so that I don't have to go through it? Thank you. So, on my list, there's Bashir Chama, Karen Smith, Jeff King, Louis Sandy Harris, and Jerome Seid. And then Stuart Wooters. Was there anyone else that's applications we got in or that's here to be considered? I'll just go down the list. So Bashir, are you here? Yeah. There you are. Hello. Bashir, feel free to come on up, speak for a moment, and then if anybody has questions, we'll...
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Bashir Shama. I'm very interested in becoming a colleague of yours today. A little bit about myself. I was born in Lebanon in the midst of the Civil War, which left me with a few souvenirs, a few scars. But at the age of 18, I left Lebanon with $200 in my pocket, spoke no English, just pursuing the American dream. Fast forward to today, I run a $1.1 billion business unit, and I teach Robert's rules at a few universities, Wayne State, Oakland University, and California State University as well. I manage a team of 17 people. I negotiate with governments, I negotiate with corporations, and I have an MBA degree in electrical engineering. I'm a certified project manager, put all into work. However, my greatest achievement is my family and my 4 kids. We've been here in Franklin for about 8 years. We love it. And my inspiration and my motivation to give back to the community is the reason why I'm here, is the reason why I want to be on this council. I ran in the last election. I plan on running again next election. Today, I serve on the Planning Commission in the township, in Southfield Township. And I absolutely love it. And we get a lot of things done over there. And I'm really, really interested in giving back to our community. So keep it short, keep it sweet. You guys can tell I'm a little nervous.
Oh, great, thank you. Anybody have questions for Bashir?
Yeah, you answered one of my questions. The other question that I would have is, could you tell us one thing that you think we do well as trustees and one, I guess, as a council, and then one thing that we should improve on?
There is one thing that I like about this council is there is a big amount of transparency here, which I like, especially when it comes to budget numbers. It's being shared. So this council did put up a budget. So this year, in comparison to what was previously done, you can see the budget, you can see how much was spent. So that was something that was very good. I can't think of many things to improve. Maybe make the meetings a little shorter for the time limit.
I wish.
That's so, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Well,
Thank you, Bashir.
If you were appointed, what would one of your first priorities be?
there is a lot of things that is going on. I'm constantly in touch with our constituents, with the villagers, with everybody. So there's a lot of there's a lot of items that people were interested in covering, like blight, something that this council is already working on. So I will jump and work on these items that the council is already working on. I will plan to act as a communicator, right? I talk to a lot of people. A lot of people come, bring some of their issues, ask me how they're usually resolved, and give them some advice. So I plan to continue with that. I know that there are some few challenges coming up in regards to deficit, or to getting to a place where we might have to increase or lower taxes, is something that I plan to talk to all the villagers about and see how they feel about, and try to make some recommendations on what we should or shouldn't do going forward.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
any other questions?
Oh.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope I earn your vote.
Thank you.
Karen Smith. Hi, Karen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Karen Smith. I guess I started with a construction background. So I've done everything from, my family owned a construction company, so we've done accounting and project management. I took a little break and I had a son. I've been on the Franklin, so I've done more volunteering during that period. I was part of the Franklin Community Preschool board for a long time. And then I moved on to West Maple Elementary School. So I've been on the PTA, I've been treasurer, president, and now I'm past president. My son is, he's moving on from 5th grade, so he's graduating, so I'm kind of looking for a new place for myself. I volunteer also at Birmingham Public Schools, PTSA. And then I moonlight as a swim chair and for Oakland Hills. And I'm just interested now to get closer to Franklin, not just the education side.
Couple of questions. Yeah, first one, and just for clarity or posterity, tell everybody running, I'm gonna ask the same questions to everyone. First one is, do you have any intention of running for council in the next municipal election? So essentially when your term would expire?
Yes.
Okay. And then same question that you heard earlier, one thing that you think we do well versus one thing you think we could improve on?
The one thing I think I need to do is to learn more before being able to commit to what you do well and what you do wrong. I think the turnover rate is questionable just in the village alone. But I think I would need to learn more before being able to jump in on that question.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Same thought process. If you were appointed to this position, what would your first priority be?
To learn more. I want to participate. I want to, be included in making the decisions, but I want to be educated before I make the decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But hold on.
Just kidding, just kidding.
So, my perspective on this appointment is, it is going to be an 11-month position, and it's going to be during a period of time in which we have a lot of things we need to get accomplished heading into an election cycle. For me, anybody can still run in November, and we're gonna have, including this seat, 4 positions open. What I'm curious about is how up to speed you are on what's happening in the village right now. We're at our meetings, the crowd's not that big. We know whose faces are in the crowd and whose faces aren't in the crowd. Yours is a face I haven't seen in the crowd. Have you been watching, there's a lot of people, are you watching on the on the live stream? Are you going back and watching videos? How would you come and sit in one of our, in the vacant seat and be comfortable to start making significant decisions for significant issues if you haven't been up to speed on what's going on?
I have watched some of the past meetings. I definitely have not watched all of them, but I would educate myself.
Okay, cool, fair. No, that's a fair answer. That's an honest answer. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
Jeff King.
Hello, everyone. For those I haven't met or in the crowd, my name's Jeff. I moved to Franklin in 2022. So previously I was living in Chicago. I think as many of all of us felt throughout COVID, there was some isolation. My wife's family's from Michigan, and we were feeling like, okay, we needed to come back to a place where we could find some roots. So we decided to come back to Michigan, and Franklin is the place that we decided to live after looking at a variety of places. And part of the reason why is we think it's a lovely community. It's a place you can get to know your neighbors. It's a place you can spend time catching up with them at a baseball game, catching them at the cider mill. And I think that that aspect of life is something I treasure, and it's something we decided to raise our family and where we intend to live for a long period of time. Now, that's not just a reason to want to be on the council. I'm here because I think I can bring something to the table. I work in a complex environment at Google. I've done that for 15 years, working in either ad sales or ad analytics and things that require long-term planning or short decision making. After living here for a couple years, I felt like it's very important to become involved in the community. Started to attend council meetings, watch them on the live stream if I am not able to attend. To your point, David, I think it's important to be aware, and obviously I don't have maybe the depth of knowledge that each of you sitting in every single meeting are, but I think I've taken the time and due diligence to be interested and curious about the issues that are facing Franklin. I think that I have a vision for a place that is unique and has historic presence in Southeast Michigan, and something that we need to kind of carry the torch to keep it a thriving community, but also have a vision for the future and make sure it stays relevant as things progress quickly. So I hope that my perspective and desire and open-mindedness and curiosity would be an asset to the council, and I'd love your support in joining.
Could you talk a little bit more about that vision? You've been observing, like you said, and
Yeah,
I'm curious about what you're thinking about.
Yeah, I think, whether it's making the downtown a little more vibrant or connectivity to the green space, whether it's, I think we're already taking advances like trying to just make it safer for kids to walk to the park, or whether that's opportunities to think about how is just the downtown managed. And, obviously I think many of us have noticed that there's some vacant places there. Like, how do we ensure that the village council supports a place that can be thriving? I mean, I think it's not all our responsibility, but it's definitely something we can anchor on and try and improve. And I think, hopefully my perspective would be an asset to helping out that vision.
Thank you.
Of course. You got it.
Here's a bunch of curveballs. Do you intend to run for council at the expiration or termination?
Yes.
At the end of your term. There we go.
Yeah. When it expires, I do intend to seek reelection.
And then
or seek election, I guess.
As you previously heard, one thing that you think we could do well versus one thing you think we could improve on.
Yeah. I mean, I think the village does a great job of keeping a safe place for people to live. I think that's, through communication with the police department. I also think that whether it's anchoring with community partners like the Community Association, Main Street, through things like Music on the Green, or things like movie night, or whatever that could be, the wine tasting, I think we do a great job of trying to foster, or the Roundup, fostering a place where there's a good reason for people to live here, but I think continuing to support that is important. And in terms of improvement, I think that would be things like, how do we make sure there's, more opportunities to embrace downtown, or whether that's, I think working together, just something that there's been some turnover in the last year, so I think making sure that it's a excellent and well-run council is something that we can all work towards even more.
Thank you.
Yep.
And if you were appointed, what would one of your first priorities be?
Yeah, I think first priorities beyond, I think learning is an important one, but also stepping in and working hard immediately on a particular thing. I think, I talked to Pam about this a little bit about, how do we make sure that the downtown is a place that is really nice to be. And I think there's obviously opportunities there. I think there's opportunities to continue to look at how we utilize all of the assets around here. And I think that's something that's, already being discussed, whether it's the playground, or whether it's the green space, or whether it's the baseball field. So those are things that I think are important. They're meaningful to me. I live, a 5-minute walk down here. So making sure that we continue to have great access is important.
Dan, you got anything?
No, sir.
Yeah.
I'm good.
My comment, as I had made, I know Bashir, he ran against me for president, so.
Sure.
So I see him, you have been here the last at least 3 meetings, sitting in the back of the room.
Yeah.
And I do know that from emails you've written me prior to that you definitely have been paying attention. So that means a lot to me. A little different than Angelina's question of your top priority. What do you consider the top problem in the village?
I think the biggest problem facing the village is mostly budgetary. It's how do we make sure that we can't operate at a deficit for a long period of time, and making sure that that's handled prudently and in a way that can keep us functioning, and maybe offer more services depending on how we determine best. That's not all for us to decide, but I think that's really important. That's something that the voters are going to ask us to look at. It's something that we need to communicate well with the voters, what the situation is, how we can address it, options, that type of thing. And I think it would be, not great stewardship to be running in a place that we could have the budget end up in a bad situation. So I think that's a really important thing to have an open mind, but also very much attention to detail on.
Excellent, thank you. Anyone else? All right, thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Sandy Harris. Hello, sir.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
Still awake? No. So I came here in 1961. I've been around a while. I was off and on, kind of went through Birmingham schools, and then came back. My mother's house, when I passed away, I was living in England at that point, and bought it for my sister, and came back and rebuilt it, and I've been there since about 2008. So I've been in the village for a long time and known a lot about the village. I've seen the village change quite a bit. A lot of houses have come, a lot of houses have gone, new things around, citizens have come and gone, and needs have stayed somewhat the same and somewhat different. But what's really changed a lot is what's around the village. If you go back from a long time ago, there was nothing out there, dirt roads, and now it's everything, right? And that influences what's going on in the village, what the needs are and what people want and don't want from the village. So I was on a fire department for many years, paramedic and fireman. I was on the board for Franklin Baseball. Let's see what else. Been volunteered at the Roundup, done other things. Not been too much involved here, so you wouldn't see my face, but I've been around the village quite a bit. I'm currently on the Groves Band Booster president. I still have a kid in high school, believe it or not. And, through work, I started out kind of in music. I played with Detroit Symphony for many years, a lot of other groups. I worked for DARPA, which is Defense Advanced Research, as a research scientist for many years. But mostly I was a General Motors person. And at GM, I had a wide range of roles, did a lot of things. I got to live on 4 different continents, had a big range of roles, I just said that, don't say it again. Finance, project management, legal, HR, IT, government, relations, manufacturing, issue resolution, mergers and departures, ventures, new business and planning. So, a lot of stuff over a lot of time. So I'm kind of the old guy, aren't I? So the thing about that, about being old, is you always think about what's experience mean. Is it kind of always set in the past? Are you rigid to that, or are you dynamic, and are you capable of moving on? I think that's the important thing about it is both being able to be recognize that there's a lot of ways to do things, a lot of ways to get to the end, and there's different opinions, and both of them can be conflictual and still valid. And I think that's how I've lived in my life, been able to be in a lot of different places, a lot of different times. It's kind of like winding down here. So, what I want to do in the village, I would like to be more involved in this. That's why I came down here and did this thing. What do I do? I think you guys are doing a very good job. I noticed right away that most of the things you guys did were questions I wanted to ask. I saw you balance each other and look through that. I think that's a very good way to run things. I feel very comfortable in that, and I see that how it goes. How do I want to act on that? I'm not 100% sure. I would like to be involved in some type of committee, given some direction and a task to do. I think I can do a good job in that. And I think that's it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
David, start with you again.
I'll start off. So do you intend to run for council at the expiration of this term?
Not 100% sure. I think we'd see, if I'm appointed now, I think I see whether I think I'm adding value and whether I think I should continue or not. And that would be I would like to think I will do that, but I'm not 100% sure.
And then second question, what's one thing that you think we do well versus what's one thing you think we should improve on?
So as I mentioned before, I thought, just watching this, a lot of times when I was a General Motors, meet with people who are more senior, people who are less senior in your own group. I had 5 manufacturing plants when I was done. So I had a very large group, a huge budget, I watched that stuff. So when you see groups react, how do they talk? Is it dynamic? Are they communicating to one another? I think it's something I've seen just today. You guys did a good job right across that, including the audience. What I would improve, I just heard something came to my mind. Might be nice to have a little billboard outside. What's going on? Just a quick idea, because you do have a lot of people who don't read email, don't read stuff, don't pay attention, but they do drive by. So maybe that would be something we could do to talk about communications.
Thank you.
Mike just stepped out.
I know, I was like, unfortunate timing with Mike stepping out.
Yeah.
He's a big advocate of
Oh,
a
that?
reader board in the front.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. I agree. I mean, emails, if you're not doing email today, no matter what your age is, that's a bad thing for you. But something you can see driving by.
Thanks. Good suggestion. Anyone else? Oh, yeah, Angelina.
Just if you were appointed to council, what would one of your first priorities be?
My thing is I like to get to know all you guys, what your strengths are, and then try to supplement what you need to get done through my strengths and what I'm willing to do. My observation is probably what every homeowner is here. A lot of deer, a lot of woodchucks, whoa, a lot of woodchucks. And I live on Wellington. Boy, it's a lot of traffic on that. It'd be nice if we could knock that down somehow. But as a priority, I think on a whole, Franklin's a pretty good place. As I say, I've been here a long time. It's kind of worked. It's kind of a little island around the sea of growing things. I think we kind of want to keep that island. So, no priority per se.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam?
No questions, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Syed? Oh,
Dr. Syed.
Dr. Syed, I apologize, I should have noticed that.
That's okay. When I moved to Franklin, Sandy's mother used to walk her way through the woods in between. She cut through to see us when we first moved here. I've been a resident of Franklin for 25 years, and I've been a practicing physician in Macomb County for 25 years and 7 years in Pittsburgh before that. I'm a hematologist, I'm an oncologist, and I've run a 9-physician practice, employed 110 people at our height before we created an arrangement with Ascension Health System. So I have business experience in managing employees, managing budgets on a fairly large scale. My interest in this, and you have my CV, but my interest is that I have found Franklin to be a very welcoming community. And I think that there's still potential here that just has not been tapped into. So my kids went to the Franklin Community Co-op School for preschool. They went to Hillel for their elementary school. They went to Groves. They went to Seaholm. So we're pretty well invested in this area. But I've seen, and what I see in Franklin is that we have neighbors who don't know each other, don't interact with each other well enough. And I think that I'd like to see the council, if I were on the council, working towards building better bridges and better communications between residents so that there's more of a community. I recently retired from my practice, and one of the first things I did was start a men's book club with the library, in part because I thought that the village could use an outlet, some other thing that might attract people to get together. And in fact, it's been successful these last 11 months. I think, Rick, you're here, so he can attest to that. The concerns I have here, though, have to do with what I see as a downtown, a business district that is languishing, frankly. And I don't like to see that. I think that this needs a significant amount of attention and some innovation and perhaps advice from well-connected and experienced business people in the community, people who are willing to provide their expertise to help us decide how do we attract business here in a way that makes us thrive, and while respecting the historical nature that Franklin has. I have a critical mind, and I won't shy away from confrontation. I've attended board meetings. I've watched some of the videos of board meetings, or council meetings, if you want to call it council. And I've been concerned as frankly how they've run. And I think that I bring experience on boards. I'm on the board of the Michigan Society of Hematology Oncology. I sit on the Committee on Government Affairs for the American Society of Hematology. I'm on the board for the Michigan Oncology Quality Consortium. So I have experience with groups of people. I completed a congressional fellowship with Senator Jackie Rosen from Nevada. I spent a year, in Washington, but virtually because of COVID. So dealing with large policy issues is something that I also have experience with. But I have a critical mind, and I won't shy away from a confrontation when it comes to dealing with the proper execution of my responsibility. So I could tell you more, but I'll stop there.
Okay.
All right. Well, you'll have an opportunity to tell us more. So first question, do you intend to run for the trustee spot at the end of your term?
I had not given it any thought until you started asking the question tonight, And I will say that I would be open-minded. I had not planned beyond. My thought was to do this and assess myself and have the council assess my work and see whether or not it's a fit, and then make a decision. I would not rule it out.
And then, next question, what's one thing that you think we do well as a council versus one thing we should improve on?
That's a good question. And what I think you don't do well, having observed, and I haven't observed as many meetings perhaps as I could have, I don't think you're critical enough with each other in your questioning but where you're coming from. There's too much, in my opinion, willingness to just acquiesce and go along with the majority, whatever that may be. And I don't particularly like that way of making decisions.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
If you were appointed to this position, well, actually, first, I would just like to say, for all of the candidates, I mean, we have a superior pool of candidates, so all of you are more experienced than I am and probably should be up here. But I encourage you all to run. If you don't know, there is an election, like David said, 4 open seats in November, and you have to submit your petition and get 15 signatures to Southfield Township, I think the first or second week of July. So just in case it's not mentioned again, because we're doing budget and all the things the next few months, please give it a thought. But if you were appointed to this position, what would your first priority be?
Getting people to pick up their bags of dog waste and disposing of it in the proper place. Because I could name a few and take you all to places where they're just filled in areas that don't belong to any one resident.
You don't need to walk as much, that's a problem.
Right. That would be one. My sense is, beyond that, trying to grow the downtown business. That, to me, I think is essential to make Franklin attractive, to make it a place that people want to be in. And I think that, with respect to the fact that it might bring traffic and all of that, those are issues that the council would have to address. But I believe that to let it languish as it has, or it is harmful. And I don't like to see that happen.
Thank you.
I think, I'm thinking about our master plan that we talked about earlier in the meeting, and encourage everyone to read it. But more than one chapter in that master plan has to do with livability and health and wellness. I'm not trying to pigeonhole you as a physician. However, when it comes to a general quality of life, I think those of us who live here think of Franklin as a place to be well and a place that we can treasure and to take care of, because it is a very livable place in many people's eyes. My question for you, as we think longer term, is how would you see yourself acting on that part of the master plan vision, focusing specifically on livability? Where would you see yourself fitting into that? What would you contribute? What are your thoughts about livability?
Well, I have concerns about health issues. So for instance, we talk about health, the walkability, the ability to use the green space, the potential for health-directed initiatives might be important for the council to consider. We have an area that certainly could use some sprucing up and maybe some updating in other ways, or bringing to a different level. I have concerns, for instance, cell service in Franklin being I think, subpar. And then the question is, how is that addressed, and how will that impact the health of people who might have a cell tower in their backyard? That's a real health issue, and I'm aware of that. I have concerns about the water. We've talked about that, these retention ponds and things like that. So these are very significant. How would I be able to address those things? I'm not sure. But I have no reservation about pointing them out, examining them, and having critical investigation, and if need be, hiring experts to help advise as to what to do with this. What I don't like is inaction, and I'm concerned about willingness to kick down the road. I don't think we have the luxury of such time anymore.
Thank you.
Excellent. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stuart?
So many of you already know me. Like most volunteers, and we've seen this today, volunteers are serial volunteers. Having run the West Maple Ski Club when my son was in elementary school, and then joining the Planning Commission at that point, and then being a den leader, assistant den leader in the local PAC here in Franklin, and then starting 3 additional robotics teams at Berkshire and coaching for the last 3 years, because there was more interest and there were places for kids to play. And one of those teams just qualified for state, so I'm excited for them. I'm not coaching, so it's not new to me. But it is a Franklin coach that is that coached that team. So go Tacos. I've been a part of the village for 9 years. I've been part of Planning Commission and a village servant for the last 6 years. I've served with several of you in different capacities. We've not always seen eye to eye, but we work well. I've worked well with you. And I think that's one of the things that I bring to the table, is I'm willing to work with anyone across the table. What I see this role being, and this is partly the reason why I thought about it and why I waited till the time that I thought was December 4th was the deadline for me, is I thought about this position because I've seen the sacrifice that you make for your families. I see the sacrifice you make for a village and the time that you consume. So I know intimately what I'm being signed up to do, because I see it, I see you do it. And I've been involved for the last 6 years watching it happen. So when I considered this role, and I waited a while because I wanted to think, how is this going to impact my family? And Thanksgiving was a good time to think about it and how I was going to do it. And I still submitted my application even after Thanksgiving, knowing that this is going to be a challenge for my family. And I had been asked in the past to consider an appointment, but I consider this an appointment to fill a vacancy and to continue where we left off without really much of a hiccup. We've already had a hiccup for most of this year. I don't see the next 11 months deserving another hiccup for our village. I've been asked whether or not, and I will be asked whether or not I can plan on running again, or running for the council if I get this position. There's a long tradition in our society where we named a city called Cincinnati because someone decided that they did enough and that's done. I, for myself, don't see myself trying to run for another election right now, and the reason why is because I want to focus on the village and continue where we left off without hiccups. In July, if I feel like I can continue in the best effort possible for the village, then I'll reconsider running for the office if I feel like this is the progress that we're making, if I'm the best person for that position. As far as keeping the village moving forward and having the experience and knowing where we are, and having been to these meetings for at least the last 2 years, every one of these meetings, and the last 6 years for most of all the Planning Commission meetings, the only times that I miss have been when my son had orchestra, and I don't want to miss that. Or I've had to miss Village on the Green, which was awful to have to miss that for planning. But at the same time, you know who I am. You know that I'm willing to work with anyone. And my neighbors already know that I listen to them because I still get text messages and calls, and I try and help address what their concerns are. It's not a ramp up in that regard for me. So unfortunately, I feel really bad that I went last because I got to hear everyone else's answers, and you had some awesome answers. some I had already considered, some I think are incredible. But But to answer your question about where I think what you're doing well, I think the infrastructure committee, starting that committee within the village is actually, to me, was pretty important. And the work that you've been doing in that regard was actually really important to do. That's a good thing you've been doing. Some of the things we work on, I've seen the ramp up from last election and everyone catching up that was newly elected and working their way into the role of being a trustee. And I see great improvement that's been made in the village. I think that anytime there's a transition of people, there's always going to be a little bit of difficulty. This is a tough job for you because you are appointing someone that the electorate didn't choose. And I want to just sink that in for a minute. The electorate chose you to be the representatives to appoint someone, but I'm not getting votes from my neighbors if I'm appointed to this position. I would be appointed by the elected representatives. And that's not easy. It's a tough decision to make. So I appreciate the challenge that you have in doing this. That being said, I can answer any questions you have. You've heard a lot from me earlier today, and you know me pretty well, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
How did it feel writing university professor as occupation?
Pretty awesome, actually. I gave up a great job as a VP of product engineering when the opportunity to teach came about. I could use my PhD to do that. That's why I got the degree in the first place, was to teach. But I wanted to have 15 years or more experience in industry so I could tell my students, this is why you learn that. This is why that's important. And that's really, for me, that's pretty awesome.
Awesome, congratulations.
Well, my real question was, what would your first priority be if you were appointed?
My first priority?
One of your first priorities.
Actually, it's already been spoken, but having a community gathering place or feeling like people can come downtown and gather, whether it be improving the village green, whether it be helping businesses create a gathering place for us to occupy. One of the things that we loved about the village when we moved here was going to the farmhouse and after a t-ball game and getting ice cream with the team, and having an aunt go get coffee every morning so that the whole team won the prize and got free ice cream all summer long. That was awesome. So really that, we miss that. We feel that. And we moved here with the recommendation from my brother-in-law who already lives here and his 4 kids. He's now has 4 kids and they recommended Franklin to us. And that's how we moved here because of the community that existed when he moved here and would encourage us to live here. So we had other places. We came from Novi. We were going to be in Novi. That's where we wanted to be. And he convinced us Franklin and it was the right choice. Yes.
So Stuart, more than about anybody, you and your team wrote the master plan. And my question is really similar to the one that I asked Jerome, which was, there's a lot of reference in that document about our vision for living in Franklin. It's highly livable, it's connected, it's a place to be well,
yep,
to grow your family. Talk a little bit more about your vision for the village.
Well, having family that lives south of 13 Mile and not being able to walk up to downtown very easily or have to ride through circuitous ways to get downtown, it's prescient to me to understand that it's not as walkable as you like to think. I have tons of walkers to walk by my house, which is awesome, and that was one of the things I love about Franklin. But there are areas in our village that are isolated that can't walk to the village, or it's not safe necessarily with younger children to walk across 13 Mile, for example. And in that area, I feel like that's one of the things infrastructure committees tried to work with, but that it falls along the lines of in the vision that I see for the village as well. I like working off the calories to go get a donut at the cider mill in the fall. And I think everyone should be able to do that if they are so inclined. But yeah, those are some of the thoughts. We have also all this natural area, this land that the village has that we've investigated and looked at and tried to prioritize putting money into. Once we figure out this budget situation, being able to actually put money towards improving the walkability in the village-owned land that we have already or along the riverfront, just giving someone a chance to walk up to downtown from the cider mill other than just going up Franklin Road, having other opportunities based on village property that we own already. There's a lot of lot of improvements that I see that I've experienced. There's a lot of roadblocks that we've faced, but I'm pretty cognizant of what those are, having been on committees to talk about those ideas. Unfortunately, it's a time and season where times we can actually do some of those things, but. Yep.
Thanks, Stuart. Anyone else?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, well, all amazing and qualified candidates. Unfortunately, we have to make the decision of selecting one individual. As I mentioned earlier, the process is not very defined. If you guys want to have any additional discussion, that's fine. I'm not sure what there's much to discuss at this stage. Having been through this recently, we've seen how this can go, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna leave it out to the four of you guys to start with anybody who wants to make a nomination of somebody to be the next trustee, and then it needs a second in order to get to a vote. And if any individual has garnered 4 votes, they'll be our next trustee. And if someone doesn't garner enough votes, then we have to either have another person nominated or cross that bridge when we get there. So, does anybody want to make a motion to have any of the candidates considered to be the appointed village trustee?
I'll go ahead if I may. One aspect of living in the village that I really appreciate is the great people we have here, and that's certainly on display among the applicants tonight. So thank you for everyone for coming forward, for the willingness to serve, and absolutely an impressive group of people. And I'm sure each of you could make a positive impact on the council. Jeff King stood out to me as just being a familiar face from his attendance at recent council meetings, which is something that's important to me, to have that sense of demonstrated engagement for stepping into this role. I also appreciate that Jeff reached out to me and we had a good conversation. I really appreciate his approach and his vision for Franklin. And in particular, too, Jeff shared with me, as he did with everyone tonight, that he's planning to run for council irrespective of whether he gets the appointment, and that's something that's another important criterion for me personally. So with that said, I would like to move to nominate Jeff King for the position.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, further discussion?
I think similar sentiments. The one thing that I do want to express, and what you probably notice in the crowd, is that there's almost a somber tone up here because it's hard. Like, this is one of the things that I don't like, because we are fortunate to live in the community that we live in. We have extremely qualified people. We have extremely good people within our community. And so the fact that we have to narrow it to a single person is difficult. And there's absolutely a human element that I don't want to ignore. That all said, similar, I've had an opportunity to talk with Jeff about issues within the village. I've also seen Jeff outside of the village as our children go to the same school. He's commonly at the events downtown. And as a result, again, he's come up to me and actively talked about, even out long before this process ever existed, just about things happening within the village. And it does matter to me that the person that we select is intending to run for council regardless of this outcome, because I think there is truth to the fact that there's a onboarding process, or there's not an onboarding process. There's a ramp-up period within this position, and we don't have good onboarding for any trustee. And that may go back to, we don't have a lot of centralized documentation to begin with to build onboarding from. But I do think that, frankly, that's an opportunity that we need to improve on. We already know that if we were to just go with this council, we have 4 positions that are open coming in the next election. One of the people will either have had 11 months to bring them to onboard, to ramp themselves up, or we start anew in 11 months again. The other thing is some people may know, some board members may or may not know, I do not intend to run in the next election, and so that's another person that will fill this spot as a result of not having a ramp-up period. And so as a result of that, it is important to me that we have somebody fill this spot who intends to run in the upcoming election. And I genuinely hope that they win so that we can have that continuity moving into the next term, election cycle.
Thank you.
So this is in general for the candidates. I have a little different view than President Goldberg. I think that, like, to me, Franklin isn't just the monthly meetings. You know, it happens outside these walls, and there's a lot of community going on south of 13 Mile. There's a lot of community going on at the park. There's community going on at the FCA. So, like, just because someone doesn't come here, I don't think that they, you know, or watch the meetings, because the meetings can be, you know, very difficult to sit through, that, like, they don't have a pulse on Franklin. I'm thinking about Trustee Gates, Trustee Sally, Mark Hinkie. I don't think any of them served on boards before they came here. And so I just think that, like, Franklin's dynamic, like a lot of people said, and you run into your neighbors during a walk, and you live next to your neighbors for 20 plus years, and your kids, you know, are in Boy Scouts together, and that's really where the community happens. And so I was very happy to hear that everyone, almost everyone, if not everyone, said one of their priorities and one of the focuses would be, like, continuing that community, building downtown, filling the vacant spaces, having places for those neighborhood conversations. So and I also give deep thought to what Stuart said about, like, we're picking a person and we're essentially circumventing the electoral process, and that, like, weighs on me. And I actually looked up the last election, how many votes Bashir got, and he got more than me. So, you know, he could be sitting up here if he, you know, had ran for a council seat and not a presidential seat. So, like, that is something that I've thought about. Who's selected by the people for the people. Campaigning's really hard, and it's a tough thing to be up here and do this again, and we did it, you know, 11 months ago. So I will like to say, though, with Jeff King, he, I don't think has said much, but I think when he does speak, he's thoughtful, and there's a lot of trustees on council that are thoughtful when they speak, and I'm probably not one of them. And I like having that balance. So I think that that thoughtfulness, that non-reactiveness is something that's needed, and would be definitely welcomed as far as consensus building and moving priorities forward, and especially with the budget. I sit on the finance committee, and it was a very confusing process last year. I don't even know if we had a process that fully manifested itself, but I think that him identifying that as a priority was, like, very appealing to me, because we hadn't really talked about the budget we've mentioned it, there's a deficit, we need money, how are we gonna get the money? But, like, we're not really financially planning until January, February, and finance committee hasn't met for a few months. So, like, for him to kind of bring that out of all the issues that we've been talking about the past 4 months, to me, is like, he's a good issue identifier. And that's important to me, because things can get kicked down the road, like the doctor said. And so someone to have that in their mind and answer it on the spot was appealing to me.
I'll make a couple of comments. I know that we've got one person who's up for nomination right now. I had a chance to talk with all 5 of the 5 that I knew about in the last few days, and I genuinely, I share with all of you that they're stellar people. I had wonderful conversations with all of them, and when I'm finding myself reflecting on those conversations, reflecting on the presentations today, I am finding myself leaning toward a new trustee who brings some experience, some years. You're probably not surprised that I'm saying this, but I really value people who've had board experience, people who understand a little bit about government, who may have relationships with the state or the feds in one way or the other, and can somehow manage to live in the world of grindingly slow government sometimes, and a government that jumps in spurts and you have to be ready to go where it needs to go at that time. So while I'm saying that I appreciate everything that Jeff said, I'm probably leaning elsewhere for this discussion, and would like us to think about what talent don't we have on the village council right now? What gap do we have that we might want to fill with someone who maybe takes a very different view of the work we have done downtown, with the grounds, with our finances, that might be a nice addition, even a little stressful, to the council this time, even though it's just for a short time. So, yep, that's it.
I too, as trustee Solly said, find this to be the worst part of what we have to do. I have no problem making decisions and putting my brain into the place of our residents and try and make decisions on what I think are in the best interest of the village. But to judge other residents and have to make a decision on who is capable of sitting up here with us when there isn't, and I've said this all along, whether we did this a year ago or whenever we're appointing a planning commissioner or a board member, it isn't an issue of qualification. Every single one of us are qualified to do this. You don't need to, there is no qualification that comes with it. To me, it's always been the dedication that comes with it, the knowledge that comes with it, the preparation of realizing the time commitment that comes with being here, the time spent preparing for these meetings, the time spent allocated to whatever committee or subcommittees you're on. And while it's easy to see it from afar, not experiencing it firsthand is harder. And I have been pretty clear that that I have thought that when we come to these appointments, that it come from within and from the bodies, our existing bodies, and from people that have shown us that they can be here on a regular basis and make the commitment and the time commitment and the time away from their family, which commitment is also huge, and that's a big deal to me. I also know, I'm also a realist. I also just did this a year ago, and it wasn't fun, and it took 3 days, and I'm not prepared to have that happen again. And while I am still a believer that the chairman of our planning commission is probably the most suited to sit up here and make decisions moving forward, I am a realist and pretty sure that that's not the direction that this is going. And of the candidates that we have had the opportunity to meet, I also was very, I've been impressed by the time commitment that Jeff has given recently in attending meetings, and like I said, he's reached out to me on several occasions to voice his thoughts, and I respect that. I also like the fact that of all the questions asked today, he identified to me, which is the number one biggest issue that we're facing in the next 10 months, is how we're going to generate more revenues in order to pay our bills around this place. And if anyone is of the belief that we're going to get that done by just spending a little better and dotting our i's and crossing our t's, then we're going to have a lot of educating to go on in the next few months. And I was real impressed that he was able to identify that as the top priority, which there's tons of other top priorities, but right now, this moment in time, that to me is our biggest priority. So that's just where my thoughts are at right now. So everybody has spoke. We have a motion and a second on the table to appoint Jeff King as the successor trustee. Evan, will you do a roll call, please?
Trustee Pam Hanson.
No.
Trustee Daniel Ferris.
Yes.
Trustee Angelina Slaka.
Yes.
Trustee David Solly.
Yes.
President David Goldberg.
Well, as was the case last time, this is going to end right now, and yes.
Motion carries.
Jeff, congratulations. We look forward to working with you. All the other individuals that were here today, I hope you all consider, apparently based on what Trustee Solly has just announced, there will be 5 of the 7 seats open for election just 11 months from now. Honestly, the best way to impress the residents is to continue to show face and try and participate. To me, it's the best way to show what you're capable of.
We announced the retirement party before, for Teresa, before we.
Oh, I didn't even know we were having one.
We're not
Yeah.
adjourning.
Oh,
We have
the
a-
library's doing.
Yeah, we're not adjourning. No, yeah. So, Jeff, if you want to stay the rest of the meeting, you're welcome to stay, and Evan will swear you in. If not, the way the rules are, you have 10 days to come get yourself sworn in. Okay. Everybody, thank you for that. Everybody that applied, thank you. Stuart, thank you. So, well, we'll take a second, let everybody get out. All right, thank you. Next 2 items are really just for some discussion as to whether or not the council feels it would be appropriate to set up a time, whether it's during a meeting, a special meeting, or just an hour before a council meeting for a workshop. But there's 2 different, they're back-to-back, 2 different items that we discussed at legal committee might be areas that the council could use some, I guess, further educating on. Main Street has been a part of Franklin now for easily,
14 years.
yeah, I'll say, well over a
15 years.
decade. It came at a time when some of us didn't even live here, and a lot of us weren't involved in it. It has had a place in the community now for those 15 years. It's had its ups, it's had its downs, it's had good leadership, it's had poor leadership. And one of the things that I think Pam and I, having been involved the longest, came to the conclusion of that nobody sitting up here, myself included, with the exception of Pam, and now that Mike is no longer with us, there will be 6 of us other than Pam that have never really been here to understand or ever been told what the purpose of Main Street is. What are its goals? What are its objectives? Why does it exist in Oakland County? Why did our predecessors choose to make it a part of the community? What is the role of a Main Street director? I know we've had discussions about whether or not it's a full-time position, whether or not it's a position that can be shared by more than one individual. We've had various attempts at leadership in each of those various ways, full-time, part-time, multiple people. And the question is, would we find it, before we start making some significant decisions on the future of Main Street and the future of Main Street's leadership, would it be appropriate to have, like, John Bry, who is the Main Street representative for Oakland County, come and give us a 45-minute presentation, just educating us on really what is it that Main Street's supposed to do so that we can be better stewards in having it be a part of our community and make sure that we're using it the right way. And so that was one of the items that we thought, if the board was willing to allocate some time to do, that we could get John to come in here and give us some background on, as I said in some of our meetings, like the Adam and Eve of Main Street. Like where did it start and how did we get here and what does the future of it look like? And I think we're making a lot of decisions not really knowing what its sole purpose is. And I think maybe if we knew its purpose, our decisions would be easier. I mean, not saying in one way or another, but it'd be easier to make decisions on Main Street if we're better educated. The other item kind of goes to just our whole operations here. A couple of the applicants today mentioned how we operate. I would never be opposed to learning how to better run meetings. So there was a suggestion of, would we want to have somebody come to us and give us a little presentation, again, half hour, somebody who's educated in the area. I didn't even know Bashir said he teaches it in a college, but somebody to educate us on just Robert's Rules of Parliamentary Procedure. And our meetings are dragging, or they're getting long, but that's because we're covering a lot of subject matter, but just whether or not there's a need for that. And I'm not saying whether there is or isn't on either of these. I think the first one for sure would be helpful. The second one, I'll defer to the rest of you guys. So let's start with the first one on the agenda, which is consideration of scheduling a presentation on the overview and operation of Main Street Franklin. Any thoughts?
I like, so I'll go first. I like the idea of having John come in and do a presentation. I do think that it's one of those things that we hear from residents all the time, that Main Street's a priority. I think we all are passionate about Main Street. We have the Main Street organization, but as you articulated, I'm not sure I fully understand, the scope of what their focus is compared to what they're not focused on. And so I think we can best support them when we all are able to get educated on that particular fact. So I think it's an incredibly good use of our time.
Yeah, I would support that as well. I wasn't living in Franklin, let alone on the council when Main Street was formed, so I'd appreciate a primer on it.
Okay, do we?
I would support it, but I would hesitate to do 45 minutes on it, only because I almost would like to have like a hybrid. Like, could he talk about it for like 15 minutes and then we get our Main Street to talk about what they're doing, so we can see, like, this is the big picture, Oakland County Main Street. I mean, because I've been to the certification meeting, and I think like then that puts in perspective, like, okay, what is it supposed to do? What are we doing? Where are gaps? And then how do we move forward with an action plan to fill them? So maybe like a little bit of like what we did last.
I think everything that you just said was in our discussion, but not necessarily to be addressed at the first go-around.
Okay.
And whether he needs 45 minutes or he can do it in 25 minutes, I can't speak to that. But I agree with you. I think the first one was to get the education piece.
Okay.
Then when then we've been educated, then yes, addressing all of your concerns that have been valid all throughout the process. But I think we've been making decisions based on concerns that we don't have the background on. And I'd just like to get us all that background piece, and I don't disagree that that would be phase two.
Okay.
But the first one was, and he could be there here for that to answer the questions, but once we're educated, I think the plan was to still have like I guess a joint body meeting, because I think the Main Street Board would love to have an audience with us. And I think that would definitely be an appropriate action once we all are better educated on what the purpose of what we're trying to oversee is. So, yeah, that was completely anticipated to be part of the process, just not all in that first day. Because I'm expecting this to be like one of our pre-meeting workshops. We get here at 5:30, 5:15, we're done at 5:45.
And that was
One of
my
those types of-
question, because I think we still have like a 2026 priorities workshop that.
Well, no, that's already, legal committee has already identified, like, we need to have probably workshops before almost every meeting moving forward the rest of the year potentially. Like, our meetings might be starting at 5 o'clock because before every meeting, we need to knock off, whether it's dealing with money or, preparing for budget or all of these things that we're talking about. I think we're probably gonna have to get pretty comfortable with that, because it's probably easier to just get here an hour earlier when you've already dedicated the night than starting to add all kinds of special meetings into the equation. And let's reserve special meetings for when we really, really need,
So just as we start to plan, I think for the Main Street meeting, I think we should aim for the January meeting.
Okay.
For that one, if John's able to get the presentation materials. The one thing that I would say around our priority planning for just in general is, I'm interested to get everybody's reaction to this. What I would like to see is that we do, rather than doing a lot of 5 o'clock meetings for the entire group, to list our priorities, align on priorities, figure out what committees or subcommittees those align to, and then move some of that work to the subcommittees to then report back. I think would be a more effective chain of command back. So that would just be my recommendation. That way, one, we can coordinate schedules a little bit better by moving it into a smaller group, but then we can have a more focused conversation to bring back and report to council.
like that idea.
I'll weigh in. So we have a couple of options. Every year, the Main Street program goes through a recertification process. And this year, that all of the communities in Oakland County are going to be going through a formal program evaluation process and recertification in early February. The day that Franklin is scheduled to have their evaluation is February 5th, which happens to be a Thursday, which would require a special meeting. The pluses on going with a special meeting would be that Oakland County, John Bryan and his team are willing to come out here and work in a workshop setting with us, that we would let them know what they need and kind of taking this discussion, maybe blowing it out a little bit. We'd also have access to some of the National Main Street people who have experience, lots of experience in economic development, and can actually engage with us in thinking about how do we best use Main Street as a key tool to, address economic development concerns in the village. So that is one option. Another option is exactly what you said, David, which is to shoot for a January date and do it preceding the regular council meeting. I'm a little concerned about not having enough time in 45 minutes or so. The board does want to let you know how they're structured, what their role is. This group needs to weigh in on advising the administrator on staffing, on how to support Main Street with the director. I'm sorry?
Who needs to advise?
Well, I think this group
Yeah.
would advise the administrator.
Oh, okay.
And the administrator would come with a recommendation of how we want to fund, or not fund, but do we want a full-time, part-time? You know, we have some agreements in place that you don't know about with regards to council resolutions and what the village investment has been committed. Would we change that? There's issues that would be good to have a little time to talk about.
But I think that's
we
what
need a
trustee,
report.
well, I think that's what trustee Salaka was saying earlier, was that she wants to hear from John Bry at the Oakland County level.
Yeah.
And then our board at their level.
Yeah.
And what David was saying is start with, I don't want to go into a workshop until we've had the education piece, because then there's just an inefficient conversation.
So maybe I was misreading it. So you want to know the state of affairs.
What, yeah, like what is the like what's the objective, or I don't know if they operate off of, at the Oakland County level, a charter, but like what are they tasked with? What's within the scope of their duties?
Okay.
What is the overall
Kind of an
structure?
information dump on.
Exactly,
Okay.
and if that's 30 minutes, or it's 15, or whatever it is, fine, we'll
Okay.
set that time
All right.
aside, but then equally getting up to date on our Main Street board, whether that's in that meeting, because John doesn't think he'll need that much time to go through everything, or if it's a separate meeting, so we can give this sufficient runway, but I think we need to educate ourselves before we get into any type of engagement of a dialogue with, whether it be Main Street or Oakland County Main Street.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was having trouble fitting both perspectives into a 45-minute session and giving all of you an opportunity, making sure that everybody here at this table has a chance to talk and ask questions. Because we've had trouble in doing that in our 1 hour or 45-minute pre-meeting workshops. If if that's what the group wants to do, I will run with that.
I think in both instances, pre-read materials are critical. Like, John Bryan needs to send us his presentation before he presents it, so we can all go through it and have our questions prepared. Same with Main Street, like, who is your board, what are your goals, what's your budget, what did you spend? You know, so, I mean, I know Meg sent it to me when I first joined, so I'm like, what's your action plan? So that way we can just look at it immediately and say, well, this doesn't line up with that, but just to like move the conversation. So that way we're not processing, thinking, questioning, discussing, making decisions all within, like 40 minutes. Cause like you said, it's never enough time.
Yeah,
And that
yeah.
was a thing, I think, with the planning meetings that we had last year. We never got materials ahead of time. So it was like, this is what we're discussing right now, and then we have to, one of the candidates said it, like, we're not critically asking questions because we're just kind of, should we go along with it or should
No,
we
that's a
not?
good point,
Yeah,
that having the
sure.
material ahead of time
Yeah, okay.
makes it easier.
So it sounds like what the preference is to have, the January meeting is on the 12th. We would be able to reserve the hour ahead of time and do a workshop. And it would be information with pre-reading. And our commitment is to come ready. Their commitment is to be ready to answer questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, who's the there?
Well, the "they" in this case would be John Bry and probably Frank Novak and Pam Migliori and Mark from the board. It's kind of hard to look at Main Street, Oakland County, without also seeing how the program works at the local level.
But were you envisioning both of those happening at the same time or at separate times?
I'm sorry? That's what I was, when I was thinking about what to say tonight. I was thinking both, because they are kind of both intertwined. Yeah.
Yeah, and I personally support having them both at the same time, because I'm just thinking about even the exchange or dialogue between those two boards or two bodies, I don't know necessarily what you call them, but, you know, that they could say, you know, you have John Bry say, and here's like what we set out to do and how we support, and then they can react to it and say, yes, here's an example of how they've done it, right? And so it contextualizes a lot of what the mission is and what they're trying to accomplish. So I like having them both together.
Then we definitely need an hour.
We would need an hour for
Yeah,
that.
I'm just hesitant to like set a time when we don't have two trustees here. That's the only thing.
Who's not going to be here?
Well,
Trustee Gates isn't here and trustee.
we can still ask.
Queen.
Hello, person.
Yeah, can I don't know if my opinion matters. So this is effectively going to be a 1-hour session with both parties, 5 o'clock, January 12th.
Correct.
That is what I'm proposing.
And
Yeah.
we would effectively have pre-reading materials.
Yes.
So that we would, because I could just see that it needs to be efficient to do it in 1 hour.
I'm a little intimidated by that, but that's what I'll put to the group and put to John Bry from the county.
Yeah, I think, so to address those concerns, I think the clear action or the clear indication has to be that we're not taking any action, like that's not the intent of what we're looking to do, so that we don't go down any rabbit holes to detract from time.
Yeah.
And then I think we need to specifically provide good direction of what we're looking from them on.
Yeah, I don't mind having the board there for context and for specific questions, but if time flies in these things, and to me, the first thing that we have to get out of this meeting is the John Bry education piece. And that has to come first, and if there's time here or during the course of that, things kind of branch off to the practicality of our Main Street, fine, but the purpose of the educational piece has always been to educate. And if we try and educate and effectuate at the same time, then we've defeated the purpose of what we were trying to do, which was already effectuating without being educated. So the first piece of that meeting has to be the education. Now, if John can get it done in 25, 30 minutes, and we still have 30 minutes, then yes, let's absolutely move into phase 2 already. But the main purpose of that meeting in January is to get the education piece out of the way so that none of us up here, including Jeff, will be in the dark as to what the heck we're supposed to be deciding on when it comes to Main Street.
Can we kind of do like a rough layout, like 15, 15, 15, 15, like 15 John Pry, 15 Q&A, 15 Franklin Main Street, 15 Q&A, and kind of see where that goes, just so like he doesn't prepare an hour presentation and then we don't even have time to ask him.
Yes, unfortunately, he's not here, and Pam will reach out to him, and he'll be able to give us an idea of how much time, he's had to have done this before.
Yeah.
How much time he thinks he needs, and if he says, yeah, I can get this done in 15, 20 minutes, and then we can still have a productive rest of the hour, that would be great. If he's like, nah, I mean, I've done this before, and you mix in a few questions, it's gonna be all of 45 minutes to an hour, then we need to be prepared that we're not gonna get too much of phase 2 done. But we won't know until we're doing it.
Well, in having had that, a pre-conversation with him, anticipating this conversation, I can tell you that the reason he suggested the 5th, which is when the programming, we've got a half a day with Main Street, Oakland County anyway, blocked out. His thought was, let's make the best possible use of the time and the talent that is going to be available to this council and the Main Street Board on that day. He will do what we ask him to do. That's just, that's not a problem. What I am hearing, and my recommendation to you all would be that we have at least one of the board members here to be a counterpoint to what John Bry is saying, because Oakland County does its thing through the board.
Right.
And through the staff, which in this case, is temporarily in the hands of Rachel and Evan. So they need to be a part of this too. They're brand new to Main Street. And so there's a lot to do, but it can be done. And, but I think it's two separate experiences. And I'll just carry the message.
And what's again, back to the education piece of it. What is the February blocked off time?
Well, the February date's going to happen. February 5th is the date Franklin is on the county calendar to undergo a recertification evaluation. Main Street, Oakland County hires national Main Street people to come in as consultants, And they go through you've been through this, I
Yeah.
think, right?
We had
It's
at
a
the church or at
checklist.
the bank.
You have to show them evidence that you've done things or not done things. And quite candidly, the offer that John suggested is that because we've had disruption in the staff, significantly disruption in the village, we don't have a Main Street director, we don't have a target where we're gonna have one, instead of having a traditional Main Street evaluation and run the risk of not being recertified, because there's a loss to the village if we don't pass, is to not do that and to handle it internally with the Oakland County staff. And they'll give us a bye this year, but to really take that time, instead of a judgment time and a report carding time, let's use it as an education and technical assistance time. That's the commitment that they wanted to show the village.
So my only thing is well, not my only thing, but we have Rachel, who's an extreme resource in this area, right? I don't know that I'm gonna help us get certified in Main Street. Right, it's not a joke, right? Like Rachel has been through this process before. She can meet with the Main Street board.
She's integrally involved in it.
Okay,
That
so
goes without saying.
I don't know that I would want to pause a certification. I feel like it would be an extreme measure for us to have gotten certified for multiple years, and I trust Rachel's judgment in making a determination of like the recommendation to say, yeah, we're probably better off sitting this one out and getting everything in order, or no, I think we're good to go, right? Like the staple there was always the Main Street board. Like they were the ones. Yes, we did have a Main Street director and economic development director, but at the same time, the board functions to maintain those things.
And I think Rachel, goes without saying, Rachel is integral to that decision. I'm explaining an offer that John made.
Yeah.
We have had to get a buy in other times where the Main Street program has collapsed many years ago, and the county wants us to succeed. So they have proposed doing this a little differently this year.
But I guess,
And
are we saying that?
every evaluation includes invitation to
Yeah,
all council
yeah.
members. That goes with the program.
That was gonna
Yeah,
be my
yeah.
thing. Like, why don't we just have, in the report, they say like when their meetings are and then the, recertification, and then if trustees wanna go to learn more, they can.
Yes.
And then we can ask like Rachel to like summarize,
That'll
you know,
work.
what happens.
Yeah, that'll absolutely work.
And if she's like, oh, we got low marks on
Yeah,
like these four
yeah,
things,
yeah.
but we were still able to pass, then like we can either decide, well, we're never gonna have, I don't know, if there's like parking or something or whatever it is, or we're never gonna be able to update our website according to this, you know, requirement, so maybe we start looking at social media or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking, like whoever wants to come can come, but I feel like it's similar to like the Historic Commission or NACS. Like if any of us feel like we want more information, we're welcome to go to the meetings, or we can work through
Yeah.
whoever goes there.
It's a matter of which format works better
Yeah,
for this group.
I appreciate it.
Council is always invited to a portion of that evaluation day. And it sounds like what you're saying is let's leave that as it is, not do anything dramatically different about that. And that's just fine with me. So I'll just take the message back. If that works out for you, is to shoot for a workshop on January 12th.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
So we're gonna tell John like 30 minutes, you think?
You know, I'm probably gonna wanna pull him in to talk with Rachel
Okay.
and kind of get us, Rachel and Evan, and see what you guys think you wanna do. I think there's additional time that, John has suggested he spend on a one-on-one with Rachel and Evan to talk about what it means to be a Main Street director and what the program structure is like that might be different than Rachel has experienced it in Pontiac, because every city's different. So that works out just fine from my perspective. Okay,
All right, so we'll get that
got it.
scheduled.
Okay.
The other thing we were discussing was,
Do we need to take a vote?
we probably have to take a motion. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
So, can I get a motion and a second to schedule a Main Street Franklin workshop for January 12th, 2026 at 5 o'clock PM?
Yeah, I will make a motion to schedule a Main Street a workshop for the January 12th, 2026 at 5 PM.
Motion from Sally. Get a second? Pam?
I'll second. Yeah.
Okay, a motion from Sally, second from Hanson. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. So the Roberts Rule piece, I'm not so sure that that really needs to be in and of itself a workshop, or that we have to come to before a meeting. Pam, did you have a thought on, like, who you would go to for this? Is this something that
Yeah.
somebody we could schedule on a council meeting and knock off in
I
a
think,
half hour?
I think we
20
can.
minutes?
Depends on what your objectives are for everybody here. It just really does. So I was at legal committee with David, and we talked about this. We have two potential resources that are both MML parliamentarians, Metropolitan Municipal League parliamentarians, and who are, I haven't talked with either of them yet. Two people who are contacts of mine have reached out to them, so they know that there's a possibility of coming to work with us, with our council. The last time we did a workshop like this, it was with Coco Seward, who was kind of the senior person in the Michigan to teach parliamentarian process, and she came in and spent about an hour and a half with the council in a workshop, and was good enough at what she did that she was able to advise our council on how deep do you want to go into Robert's rules, and what aspect of Robert's rules was going to work for us in this village, in this meeting. And she provided some great consulting to the group. But it's been many years and we've had a complete turnover. I'm the only one. So it was sometime after 2012 and before now. That was such a good experience in everybody's eyes that I thought it might make sense to help us run better meetings. I would propose that we include our commissions in that session. And there are two people who are available. One woman his name is Joan Price. She works mostly with not-for-profits, but she's very, very good and is a friend of Coco's. And the other person is a guy named Bob Slattery, who is a former mayor and who's the chief parliamentarian for MML. So both of those people are potentially available. My proposal would be that you direct this. We'll hand it off to Rachel to schedule it and take care of the rest of it, of what the topic should be, et cetera. But both people come highly recommended.
All right, so based on what you're saying, and then gleaning from Stuart standing up and then sitting back down, is that he suggests that planning commission and our other boards also get educated on this concept, which means it's not a 30-hour presentation during a council meeting. It's a designated date and time that all of our boards and everybody can attend. And if you want to attend and get educated, you do. And if you don't, we'll make sure it's recorded and you can go back and watch it. But if you want to treat this, and if I'm gathering, Stuart, you're suggesting that at this stage, with as many new individuals and none of us really ever having been truly advised on how to better operate our meetings and following the appropriate guidelines, then, yeah, I agree with you. What you're gonna say is that.
Yeah. It's basically, if any of our villagers go to the meetings, if we operate our meetings the same way, then they know exactly what's coming. They know exactly how things are, how the decorum is.
Yeah.
And so having all planning, everyone follow the same guidelines.
Absolutely right. So, I think let's hold off on doing anything to schedule at this point. We're gonna have to do some behind the scenes work. Rachel and Evan might have to, at each of, find out what is a sort of a collectively decent day that we can knock something like this off.
To me, if there's no cost involved, it's completely volunteer and it's completely optional. And we invite every resident, like it doesn't even have to be commissioners, because I think it would benefit the public to understand how we operate Robert's Rules. I think it could be like a town hall, like a Franklin hosts Robert's Rules of Order, town hall, and we offer it as like a speaker series or something. And then we record it, and then we put it on our website. And if they're not willing to do it for free, I'm sure Bashir would do it for free. We'll have to ask him since he didn't get appointed. But I think that would be great. I mean, we learned Robert's Rules as student council, and it still serves me 30 years later, 20 years later.
Okay.
So,
Good.
Well,
So it sounds like.
A couple of points. It's not going to be free. This is a paid service. We are members of MML. There will be a charge for it. I haven't taken this that far that I was actually coming to you with a cost. So if there's a contingency there, we should know that.
Yeah, we're not gonna vote on anything right now, so let's find that out.
yeah,
To what
yeah.
extent? Are we talking $100? Are we talking, a couple $1,000s? Couple hundred, well, not 100, a couple hundred or a couple thousand.
can we
I think
also
is-
ask Rachel Lynn to reach out to Bashir and see if he would do it?
Why don't we just go, why don't we go broader? And we just have them collect the costs from the two people that Pam suggested, as well as explore other options, and then holistically, we'll make a decision at the next meeting.
I think that makes a lot of sense. You've got to look at, and I know Bashir is the parliamentarian. What I don't know is what his experience in a municipal government, local government level is. What I can tell you about these two people is they're highly experienced. And based on the experience of a few years ago, our council had so many questions about very specific situations that keep coming up. And the consultant was able to problem solve with the council about how to handle things that are sticky situations using the structure of Robert's Rules. But,
I'd also like to mention, Evan knows Robert's Rules, so I feel like we have to also, we don't have 7-hour-long meetings, we don't have meetings every other week, so to the extent that we have a question, I think Evan's a really good in-house resource. I would just hesitate to, of all the things that we could do training on, like AI, Open Meetings Act, business development, just general, service, what it means to be in a position of public trust. There's a lot of things that we could probably get training on. I know when we did the new elected officials, MML does great free training. So I just feel like it's to me, it would be a service menu of things that as an elected official, at times when you decide it's worth it, you can learn more about it. I mean, even as a former zoning board member, just learning what is the criteria to grant a variance. To me, that's important, because when you're on council and we get questions or we send things to planning, we're what are they using as their decision-making criteria? That to me is important. So I feel like it's part of a menu of things that really elected officials need to educate themselves on. So that's why I was thinking a speaker series.
Well,
I think
yeah,
MML
guess
does
I
that.
think it doesn't hurt if we want to make it a point in order to be better trustees and better stewards, that getting better educated on all of these various areas will help us. And if you want to, whether you call it a lecture series or whatever you want to call it, but if we want to make it a point that every, whether it's every other month, we have some type of event where somebody comes in and educates us on, you just rattled off 4 things, Angelina, all of which totally, 4 or 5 things, all of which totally make sense to have.
Yeah.
It can't hurt to be better educated on.
Yeah, Just to follow up on that point, like MML does do a good series. Again, we can explore this. We don't have to talk about it today. But MML has a series of trainings that are out there. So again, just like a community of a book club, we could have like recommended trainings that we're all on a cadence for to create the unity across. So.
And there's good things on YouTube too, like.
Right, but you have to have the consistency of the training, right? Like it's most effective when everybody's walking away with the same training.
And it might be, if we have the conversation together about Robert's rules and what we want to use here in our meetings, it might make us better utilize Evan better as a parliamentarian in our meetings.
Evan's just like, I don't know where to start with y'all.
But I think once we were better educated, then we'll be in a better position to
Yes.
authorize
Yes.
Evan to be more vociferous when it comes to things like that. Evan and Rachel both,
Yeah.
and our council. Okay, all right, so I don't think there's any action to be taken there. It's getting late. Next item are council reports. So we're gonna start with president's report. I have two things to report. The first is pretty simple, the second not as much. But there were some questions earlier about what is our plan for dealing with the deer situation. I was thinking that maybe at our next meeting would be a time to have a discussion on whether we want to set up a subcommittee, which I think everybody is suggesting that we do, and then determining what that subcommittee would be made up of. I think it should involve trustees, potentially some commissioners, and then residents as well. And have that body be doing the legwork on this subject matter to first vet out the various options, and then, as was mentioned earlier, vetting out the costs, and with all of those things combined, making a determination as a whole whether this is it's a rabbit hole that we wanna go down. So I think it would have to start with setting up a subcommittee so that we're not having 2 and 3 hour meetings to try and vet out these facts. So I envision everybody that will take place at the January meeting, which is usually one of our slower meetings. The second item is something that I have to advise all the residents on that just took place over the course of the last week. And I'm going to read this because it's sensitive and we have to be very specific on how things proceed. But I want to let everyone know about an unfortunate incident that occurred just before Thanksgiving. The village was the victim of a cyber attack, and funds were wrongfully withdrawn from a village bank account. Village staff noticed the withdrawals shortly after they occurred, and the affected banks, the FBI, and the village's insurance carrier were notified immediately. Each have assigned teams to fully investigate the circumstances. Now, I know that many of you understandably have questions about this, but unfortunately, because this is a legal and a criminal matter subject to ongoing investigations, we've been advised to not discuss it further at this time. And I ask you to please accept my apologies for this. This isn't something we like. But we will be providing an update as soon as we're able to do so. What I can tell you is that these phishing scams are from very sophisticated individuals, and other municipalities and private organizations have also been similarly impacted. I can also assure you that as part of this, no private information concerning any residents has been breached or disclosed, so this wasn't a data breach. And the village will be arranging cybersecurity training immediately for our staff. So that's all I really have to say right now, and hopefully we will be getting some more information from all of the various bodies that we're working with, including our insurance carrier, in due course. So that's that, unfortunately. Next, I don't have anything else to add. Is there any other council members that want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll go. I just wanted to start off by, again, commending and thanking Mike Seltzer. I think Stuart nailed it on the head that people who volunteer commonly find themselves in a position of constantly volunteering. He said it more eloquently, but Mike is a perfect representation of that. It's no surprise to me that his volunteerism wasn't just on council, it extended to other aspects of the village as well. And as somebody who feels extremely passionate about volunteering, to really seek fulfillment, I have so much regard and respect for people who do that. So again, thank you, Mike. I was hoping that you would stick around, but I've had a conversation with Mike over the phone, and I'll reach out to him again just to say thank you. So it was a good run.
Agreed. Here, here.
And then one thing with regard to, Joan had comments regarding not having proper notice, or just how we can continue to improve communications. First, I definitely don't want to talk on this subject without commending Evan, because your improvement of communication has been noticeable, and that impact is great. A couple of opportunities that just jumped out to me when she was speaking is that, and I don't even know if this is a possibility, but an opportunity to potentially promote signing up for the email at the municipal election, because we know that we're going to have a high resident and constituent turnout. So I think that would be a good starting place to really target residents to sign up.
Fail it in a form that says, here's your.
Right, exactly. And so I don't know if we also have that listed over at the library. I think the election would make the biggest impact, but there's a waiting period. So I think if we're able to list something at the library, if it's not already done so, or very clearly indicated on our website, those are two opportunities that, again, I don't know if we're already doing it, but something for us to explore.
Excellent, thank you.
So I just wanted to remind everyone that Saturday at 1 p.m. at the library is our librarian's retirement celebration. She also wrote a farewell letter. It was
Joanna, what time was it?
Yeah, 1 o'clock?
1 p.m. And she wrote a farewell letter. I don't know how many of you guys read it, but I'm gonna read it because it almost brought me to tears. I just want to say what an honor and privilege it has been to work at the Franklin Public Library for the past 22 years. The best part of the job has been getting to know so many Franklin villagers and their families. From my very first storytime families to the many new people who received library cards this past summer, I have many fond memories of my time here. The Franklin Public Library is a gem with a very devoted following. Don't forget, this is your library to patronize and support. Take full advantage of all its resources. Thank you all for treating me as a villager. She doesn't live in Franklin, so that brought me to tears. Yours fondly, Teresa. And I think everyone should go and say bye to her. But also, when the new librarian comes in, if you guys invite the librarian to come here and introduce themselves, I think we'd appreciate it, especially because how closely the library is to the village, and also the resources you guys provide as like a community space and event space and just programming for us that we can't do by ourselves. So everyone go see Bye to Teresa. There's no RSVP needed. Just show up and thank her for her time.
At the library, right?
At the library, yep.
Excellent, thank you for reminding us. That's definitely something we should all be at. Anyone else?
I can, because there's no one from Main Street here, which is kind of too bad, 4 to 8 p.m. on Thursday, the 11th, is the annual Sip, Shop, and Stroll.
Oh.
I always I got that right. Cocktails are served at the various businesses. The businesses have sales. They're open late, I think till 8 p.m. And it's really a fun night. You know, it's cold, but you know, we have streetlights now, so people will not be falling over in ditches like they used to. I know this from experience.
Water evacuation systems.
Yeah, water yes. But Devin, you've posted this in the newsletter. I think it's been on the Facebook page as well. So I'm really hoping that people come, but I wanted to make sure that.
When does it start officially?
It's,
5?
it opens at 4.
Oh, 4, okay.
And.
You can't drink
and-
till 5 though, David.
Yeah. Yes, so anyway, that's the only thing I wanted to mention.
Excellent, thank you for that. Dan, you got anything?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. All right, hi, it's been so long.
I know.
Oh, my God.
I do not have anything to add to this.
Okay,
I don't
good,
blame you.
because it's 10 o'clock. We're glad.
We're done.
Okay, anybody, committee members, anything to circle back on? I mean, fortunately Stuart keeps us up to speed on your, on your board. Okay, so if I could get a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Motion from Solly, second from Ferris, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Great meeting, guys, thank you for your attention.